Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy.
Canadian.
Wrong one. There we go. I'm not sure why I did it like that, but yeah. Anyway, here I am. And here in the SandBox, we already have 56 Nick Rich, HBX, still want to call you Box, John Lithium, and I believe there was a cheesed Swiss. Not sure I've seen you in the SandBox before, so welcome. Soul Life Rich P1K. Welcome everyone. Super appreciate you coming out on this Sunday afternoon, evening, nighttime, depending on where you are. As I say, I don't think it's still Sunday morning anywhere at this point. Not until next week. It's going to be one of those days. One of those days. Anyway, yes. There's lots of news to go over this week. Statements coming out from Canada about Palestine and debunking some of that, and still some provincial stuff to go over. There's always... I was so worried when I started all of this that there would never be enough news for me to cover because, it's Canada. And then I started, once you start actually paying attention to news and politics up here, you're like, I could be doing this every day and still not cover everything. And at some point I'll get there, I'm sure. Oh, Etch is saying that yes, it is Box, I guess. And 56 Nick Rich says they can only hang out for about 20 minutes, which is super cool. I'm glad you're stopping by. Let's see. Let's start with the regular chit chat while we're waiting for people to populate the SandBox. So last week I made a prediction about Jane going on Jubilee and what I thought would happen. And I didn't know when the Jubilee video was going to be coming out because Sam was mentioning it 2 months ahead of time. And I was hoping it was going to be 2 months from now because I really wanted to get my TYT video done around the same time, which of course not going to happen because it was released today. And I watched it. You see, I was so proud of myself that yesterday I started putting together a lot of my docket because it takes a huge chunk out of my day to do that. And then that way I can start earlier, which I would like to do. I would like to start around 4 p.m. as opposed to 6 p.m. And so I did a lot of the work yesterday to put together my dockets. And then I wasted 2 hours today watching Jank on Jubilee. My thoughts on it. Was I wrong? Not really. It was interesting. He did, anytime you attacked, or not attacked, anytime someone mentioned things like, what about the person you fired because of unions? Or what about the 20 million you took in corporation money? Jank literally said those were personal attacks on him. And it's like, how is that a personal attack exactly? The part with the Union Buster was pretty interesting to watch. The crowd was literally laughing at Jank to the point that I was feeling kind of uncomfortable because, here's the thing. I don't wish ill on Jank. I really don't. I want him to stop doing the bullshit that he's doing. But I don't wish for him to be humiliated and all this sort of stuff. Taken to task, absolutely. But I don't actually, I don't want TYT to go under. I just really, really want Jake and Anna to stop doing the damage that they're doing. Like, just full stop. And watching it at times, I felt kind of uncomfortable for Jank because I, even when I was agreeing with what he was saying, he wasn't doing a very good job of it because his temper was going off. And at one point, you could see his leg bouncing under the desk. His leg was bouncing. Yeah, I'm not a body language expert, but I don't think he has ADHD like I do. So um, that's a nerve response. And yeah, he just came across as condescending a lot of the time, bloviating, got into so many arguments that they had to yell at them to stop. Like, pause, you've been voted off a couple times. They went over so many times. But like, even when I agreed with what Jank was saying, I felt like it was lost in the argument because it wasn't a debate. They all turned into arguments for the most part. And of course, especially near the end, oh, those trans folks under the bus that he was driving. Wow. Yeah, he can't help himself at this point when it comes to throwing trans people under the bus. Absolutely cannot help himself. And he did that a couple times, but like very specifically near the end, which was just like, it's so ironic. Like, I wish I could do a full review of it on here. Well, not a full review, just like bookmarks and stuff, but you know how Jubilee is about copyrights and whatnot. But at one point he was saying, you know, oh, the right wing is using all these issues like trans women in sports as like a thing to divide and social and distract from all this stuff. And it's like, then why don't you fucking stop talking about it? Like, that's the thing. Jank just takes it and he goes with it. And I've not seen a single other left-wing commentator talk about trans women in sports more than Jank. He is constantly the one to bring that up. Constantly. And he misinterprets like what it means to have rights versus what it is that you should be allowed to do, because he's like, oh yeah, trans people in the military, absolutely, that's their constitutional right to be able to do that, blah 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 blah. But trans women in sports, I don't have the right to be in a sports team, they don't have a right to be in the sports team. Well, nobody has the right to be in the military either. The people who are qualified go there. So you believe it's possible for trans women to be in the military, but not to participate in sports. Why? One you believe is their constitutional right, the other you don't. Why? Because it's not about, does somebody have the right to be part of a team? The human rights element comes into, do they have the same chances to be on the team? Are they given the same amount of consideration? Because no, not everyone's going to be on a basketball team. But will they be, you know, selected the same way as a cis woman? Like, that's really, do they stand the same chance as their cis women sisters to get onto those sports teams? That's all it is. It's not about, oh, they rights or not. It's, are you going to treat them the same? That's where the human rights come in. And all this fear mongering about like, this and that and the other thing. And it's like, Jank still does not understand what estrogen will do to a body. What it will do. You see, maybe he doesn't know that many trans women, but he does know one, and that's Brianna Wu. Now, if you're trying to tell me that at this moment, Brianna Wu could best me when it comes to physical strength, me, someone who's never taken testosterone, versus, you know, Brianna Wu, a trans woman. I've seen her. That shit ain't happening. most of the trans women I know would not be able to best me in a physical strength competition. Because I happen, I haven't been working out and I'm aging, so it's not the same. But especially when I was younger, I happen to be particularly strong. It's just the margin for differences, it's not as big as Jank likes to pretend it is. Like, Brianna Wu can't just show up to a sports team and pass the trials to get onto it. Like, it's this misogyny that goes into it, that men are just by default better. And so when they become, so a trans woman will still somehow, after all the hormones and stuff, still have the physical strength of the man type thing, like the muscle, the structure, and all that sort of stuff, that somehow they will still be that. And by default, then that would make it so that they're far superior to any woman that would be on the team. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Most cis men can't beat cis women if they are professional athletes. They're not by default better. Oh, it's so frustrating that he can't let it go. Not for an instant. And then I'm kicking myself in the ass for something, because I had spent the almost 2 hours watching that on and off in between putting together my doggets. And then he was doing a live stream talking about his appearance on it. And I didn't want to spend like another 20 minutes watching it live. And so I wanted to see how long it was going to be before I decided to watch it. Because, if it was only 5 or 10 minutes, then yeah, sure. And so I didn't watch it live. The video has now been made private. That's very unlike Jank. I'm really kicking myself in the ass because I want to know why. Because they just posted on their TYT channel, probably, I haven't watched it, but probably an edited version of Jank on Jubilee. I really want to know what was in the live stream that Jank was doing. I really want to know now. And I'm just kicking myself in the ass that I didn't finish watching it live when it was happening. Oh, darn it. Sometimes you need to be hitting that record button. Speaking of which, on OBS. Darn it. I didn't hit the record button earlier, and I've already been ranting for like 15 minutes. Oh well. It's still saved somewhere on YouTube. I can always download it. So Leif, wait, what did Jank make private? He did one of his, he has like that blue TYT background from his basement or something, and he'll do live streams with breaking news every now and then. So he was doing one of those about his appearance on Jubilee. And he's like, oh, I'm going to talk about my thoughts. Like, I watched all of a minute of it before I'm like, okay, I'm going to watch something else. And he's like, I'm going to break it down and tell you some of the things that I agreed with and didn't agree with, and clear up the air on some things and whatnot. And this the clear up the air on some things. I really wanted to know what he was talking about. Darn it, I didn't watch it live. But it was made private when I tried to go back to it. And it's like, God damn it. Damn it. Oh. Hello, hermeteorologist. Saying my mom used to split and load insane amounts of firewood. Yeah. So yeah, I hope somebody else maybe caught what he was saying in that, but I'm really kicking myself in the ass now for not watching it live. But part of it is, normally they remain on the channel. Like, if you go to the channel, you can see lots of these basement podcasts of his, live streams that he's done. And so I just assumed that this would stay up. But I'm wondering now if something happened during it that really didn't make it look good, because yeah, watching the whole thing, he didn't come across as a Mehdi Hassan or a Sam Cedar. He was losing it a lot, whereas Mehdi Hassan and Sam Cedar, they remain cool through the whole thing. Like, Mehdi Hassan was literally having slurs tossed in his face, and he stayed calm. but Jank was getting into full-fledged arguments. The audience at one point was laughing at him as they watched him trying to scramble over the whole union issue and whatnot. And then the way that he got hammered by the one woman who was like, so you're saying that any politician that takes corporate money can't be trusted by the public? And Jake's like, yes. And she's like, but you took 20 million in corporate money for your media corporation. Oh, and then Jenks, it's not the same. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's Atticus. Atticus is among us. Hello. Weeks ago, they had the members chat as usual, but made the main subs only. Clearly, they're trying to limit the audience. Oh, that's standard now. Whenever they do live streams, it's only subscribers can chat. Oh, unless you're talking about like on the actual channel. I don't know, like on TYT website, but on YouTube now it's subscribers only that can make comments. Oh. John Lutham, there's always a chance. No, it's I had the link because I was watching it, but they made it private, and when you make it private, you can't go back to it, even if you have the link. So you would have had to been recording it live on your end in order to have kept it. I would have liked to at least know what he was saying, but no, you would have had to been recording it live. So unless somebody was recording it live, there's no way to know what it is unless Jank decides to release it, because they made it private, not unlisted, private, which again is like massive red flags for me that something happened during it, because normally they just unlist their stuff and then you can go back to it if you have the link. I'm just so mad at myself for not doing. But I was already so sick of watching so much of it. Hello, Flow Snake. Ah. So yeah. Let's see what people are saying in the sandbox. Soul saying, I can't wait for this year's Thanksgiving. It wouldn't surprise me if he doesn't do it this year. So Life, he's pushing the leftists out of the chat, so the chat isn't majority of criticism. I also suspect it's because TYT pulls their audience to the right, like it's an anti-left psyop. Well, we're playing to Rich P. Okay, yeah, I'll have a lot to say in my video when I finally get it done. So Life, oh, aha. I always had the vibe that Chang was shooting from the hip when he makes those videos. Yeah, he is. Like, they're just live streams he does in his basement, responding to whatever is happening in the news, and then reminding people to buy, shop TYT, and become a member and all that sort of stuff. He'll say that several times during the live stream. Speaking of which, become a member of the SandBox and support an inclusive leftist community. But yeah, it's usually just him speaking off the cuff. So oh my God, I am really wondering what happened during it now. And it could be nothing. It could be nothing. Maybe it was accidentally put on private. Maybe, but god damn it. Kicking myself in the ass for that one. 56 Nick Ridge, the celebrity that TYT has brought Jank and Anna has gone to their heads. They're not as important as they think. And yes, hermatologists, they really do not like criticism. But yeah, I have been in a really bad down spell. I'm hoping that I'm starting to come out of it. A major stressing thing. It's not over, but a lot of it is, and I'm just kind of waiting on results as to whether or not my disability will be cut. I know it shouldn't. I know it shouldn't be. That is what it is. Rich P1K, Sandy, you can still download it if you have the right programs. No, again, it's private. It's a private. You can't access it once they make it private, um, unless you are sent the link to it from the channel. Uh, if it was unlisted, I could do it. I could record it, all that sort of stuff. But it was made private, so the link is no longer accessible at all. Rich P1K, I will be keeping my disability. It's just they were doing a review of like income and stuff of that sort, and I don't make enough from everything that I do for it to be a factor, but still I've never been under this review before, and so just being under it is causing like an insane amount of anxiety and stress, having to, you know, go and find all the receipts of the purchases related to my businesses and stuff, because apparently I couldn't just send them like, here are my tax information or anything. They wanted to know what the details were on some stuff, and it was just having to gather that information and fill out forms and stuff like that. It's massively stressful. Thankfully, my mom was able to help me through that. She's an accountant and whatnot, so she helps me with my taxes, and so she was able to help coach me through it, but it was stressing, and so now I'm just waiting to see, because she said that maybe I might get some extra money, because sometimes they give you money for businesses like startups and stuff. So it's just the whole thing was stressing at a really down time when I was dealing with other bullshit. So but I'm hoping to come out of it. 56 Nick Ridge, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Somebody has to start the process. Like, thank you, thank you. Hello JK. Didn't follow Kevin. I think that's right. I like Sandy too. Okay. But also I'm hoping to get the picture. So before I get back to the TYT video, I still need to finish unwinding from the stress that I've been under for the past few weeks. It wasn't just that, there was other things going on. My autism, I want to overshare, but I know I shouldn't, you know, have to keep a, you know, parasocial boundaries up. But I really want to get finish working on the portrait that I'm drawing right now. I don't think I'll get it done by the 8th. Apparently that's his birthday. I did not try to time it that way or anything. My brain screamed at me. when I have the urge to do art now, it becomes what's the word? Where my brain won't let me not do it. It becomes not unavoidable. Oh my God. You can't ignore it, I guess. Yeah. When my brain starts screaming at me to do art now, I can't ignore it. And my brain literally just started screaming at me, you want to do a hyper-realistic portrait of Owen Jones? And I'm like, fine, I will. Like, it was pretty much like that. Because, you know, I still want to do a portrait of like Francesca and Mike from the Humanist Report and, you know, some other people that's been in my brain to do, but suddenly my brain is like, no, it's Owen Jones, high detailed, hyper realistic portrait now. It's like, okay, just let me find the image and I'll run over the staples to print it out. I don't know why my brain does that, but it does. And so I'm tempted to show the progress, but it's hard to see. Like right now, all I have to do is like some of the fine details around the eyes. And I think that is really what's going to make it look like him, because I showed it on Wednesday to people. Nobody guessed who it was. People keep on thinking it's Owen Morgan for some reason. And I don't think the two of them look that much alike. But then again, I'm face blind. And nobody could identify him. And I don't, you know, it is one of the things, he's not as readily in our circles here as a lot of other commentators. So, because I'm worried that despite it being like a fantastic, high detailed portrait, that it just doesn't look like him. And part of it was I was using an older picture of him because if you're going to do a hyper realistic portrait, you need to be able to zoom in and see pores, so I can't just steal it from a video stream or anything of that sort. They're never high detailed enough. So you have to search through their Twitter and their Instagram to try to find a picture with an expression that kind of resonates with me that I want to draw, but also that if you zoom in, it's high definition. And so that limits the people that I can do this of, because not everyone posts selfies. And then it limits which photos I can use, because even if you do post selfies regularly, not all of them are going to be high detailed enough because they were taken at a distance or a different filter or something of that sort. So the photo that I'm using of Owen Jones is a couple years old, I think. I don't know. I don't know how old it is. I should probably go back and check just so I can say, okay, so this was from this year. It's when he started to at least grow in some stubble to make it look like he passed puberty. Let's put it that way. He started to grow in stubble so it looked like he had passed puberty finally. Oh. But yeah, I'm hoping to get it done now by his birthday. Uh, but I have like the fine details to do around the eyes, and I think if I nail that, then it's really gonna pop. But then after I do the fine details, then it's a matter of tweaking and adjusting and making certain elements pop and stuff. And it's quite honestly my favorite part of the drawing, where I'm just doing these. It is very surprising, and it blows my mind when this happens. But like sometimes I'm looking at it, it's like it's just not right, it's just not right. And I literally go in and add the width of this pencil here, the pencil lead, and this mechanical pencil. I add the width to it, to the line, and I'm like, okay, now that looks right. Like that's how hyper focused on the detail I am, that a single additional width of this pencil lead, which is like a 0.5, I believe this is, yeah, 0.5 millimeter, makes a difference in how it looks. uh but yeah, because like I said, I wanted to do a hyper realistic one, and so I'm doing like it's I don't know if it will translate onto camera, because when you're looking at it up close, you see all the dots and stuff that I'm doing that are literally like pores of the skin. But then at a distance, you don't see it. It just looks like shading, which is also kind of neat. So this type of drawing, and it's the same with like this drawing here. From a distance, you don't notice all the details. You just know that it looks really fucking good. But it's one of the things, like if you start walking towards it from a distance, it's suddenly like it's coming into focus and you're starting to see all these like tiny, tiny details that you just would never grasp are there until you're like, reading glasses and need close up look, type thing. And so that's why I can run into trouble sometimes, because I'm looking at it too closely. And so sometimes I have to back up and be like, okay, now this is where I need to fix the shading and stuff, because I'm so focused on the fine details that I don't see if they're blending properly at a distance. And so a lot of the final details and tweaking will be me like putting it on a stand, walking away, looking at it. Okay, I need to, okay, literally go back up, erase, just lightly erase part of a line, then go back, look at it. Okay, it's just, then go closer and it's like, okay, I just need to add a little bit darkness right there. Okay, go back, come a little closer. Okay, no, I just need to, the edge of the shadow is too harsh. I just need to like, and I could spend hours doing that. Let's see. Somebody, I'm trying to see what you're replying to, Soul Life. I don't think Sandy was speaking literally, or is it different unlisted? Jank only Jubilee video, Edgebox. I don't know what that's in reply to. Ah! Yes, they posted something on their channel of Jank on Jubilee. Like, highlights or something of that sort. But earlier today, he was doing a live stream from his basement, one of those live streams to breaking news type things that he does. And normally they remain on the channel. I've seen them plenty of times, but this one went private, not unlisted, private, which means you cannot access it unless you are sent the link to it, or like the Surfs do with their live streams. So then it's like members only. But this one didn't even say members only, because sometimes you can still see it listed saying that it's members only. It went private to everyone. And I'm just like, God damn it. Hello, Donald James X. HBX, like the zoom tool in GIMP. Yeah. I don't, yeah, like that's the thing. I don't know if I want to show it right now, because it's one of the things you won't notice a difference if I show you it now and then show you the finished thing, even though there is a difference, but it's hard for brains to compute what the difference is. Even though one will be clearly better than the other and you'll just know it. It's like with the progress video of the Sam Cedar drawing that I did. People will be watching it for a little bit thinking like, what's changing? And then they don't realize, because it's so gradual sometimes, they don't really necessarily see the change happening until suddenly it's like, oh no, now it's different. So I don't know if you would see the difference between now and when I finish it, but I'm looking, yeah, I am interested in finding out if it actually does look like him at the end of it. But then hopefully my brain will be satisfied for a little bit and I can get back to the TYT video and get that off my fucking table. Oh, let's see, what are people mentioning? This might be it. It's unlisted. No. When I checked, it went private. Private. Let's see. I'll just mute this for a second as I click the link you're sending me, Soul Life. No, it's this one is in his backyard. Shot vertical from the looks of it. The one that I saw earlier today was his basement. The one with like the bluish TYT background. So that's not it. There's another one. Let's see. Oh, I'm not trying to report it, just trying to click on the link. There we go. Let's see. No, that's the same one. Okay. I don't know. I do not know. I do not know what happened. Yeah, if anyone can find it, it'd be great. But like I said, it's different when it's made private versus when it's unlisted. It's not, you can't just look it up type thing. God damn it, I've been talking for almost 40 minutes and I still haven't even touched the news. JK, my mate did a brilliant pencil drawing of Clint, but apparently it was never finished. Every time he smoked a joint, he was back working on it. Yeah. Well, tomorrow I plan on just, I have a couple chores that I want to do, but then I'll focus on it, because it's the parts that I'm focusing on right now, I don't want to start unless I can finish. Like one eye at a time and all the details around it. And so I'm looking at a couple hours each, probably. And spent 4 hours working on his forehead. Just the forehead. Not the hair, the forehead. I've been marking down the hours that I'm doing it, like just like from like 7:20 to 8:20, so an hour, 2 hours here and there. I haven't added it all up yet, so I have no idea how long this has taken me. And sometimes my stimming autism takes over, and I have these two songs that I can listen to on repeat. And one night I was listening to them on repeat. So I put them in a playlist together, and then I looped the playlist, and I was listening to those two songs for 2 hours working on the drawing. And that's probably what I'm going to do again. Because normally I just like having trance music on or something, but since I'll probably be working on it during the day, I'll have like the majority report on in the background or something. But one night it was just 2 hours of those two songs on loop, and I'm still not sick of those songs, and I need to listen to them more. Oh, Etchbox, I can't wait to see the total time to finish. Well, this one took about 32 hours, I think. I have it listed somewhere. So my guess will be somewhere in that ballpark. So Life, I'm trying to find it using old search engines indexes from before it was privated. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's doable. Etchbox, he probably made a claim or accusation that legal told him to pull it. Maybe if it was in regards to him clearing the air around the union thing. I don't know if that's even what he was clearing the air about. I just heard that he wanted to clear the air about something. God damn, I'm so mad at myself for not finishing it or just sitting there and watching it. Let's see. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to show it as is, because part of me is like it hasn't captured his essence yet. It looks like him, I think, but it's going to be the details around the eyes, I think, that really, bring it home type thing. So we'll see. And then hopefully somehow he'll see it. I don't know how, because like with Ole, at least I knew people that were connected to her. So if worse came to worse and she didn't see it on her own, they could DM her and be like, hey, look at this. I don't know anyone who's mutuals with Owen Jones that would be able to pass it on to him if he doesn't see it. And like on Twitter, he has like over 1 million followers. So the amount of mentions he gets on any particular day will be quite high. Not to mention on his birthday would probably also be high. So it's higher than normal. So I don't know how to get it to his attention. Because like I said, I don't know anyone who's actually mutuals with him that would be able to pass it on. So Life Jubilee is very strict with what you can talk about from behind the scenes or even cut scenes, if he may have mentioned that. Yeah, that could be it. Mentioning something that happened backstage or something, because Mehdi was saying that there were things he couldn't talk about. So it could be something like that. Like he was just mentioning something that they were saying off camera or from a cut scene or something. Like it might not be anything salacious about the union. It could be just something else, like, oh, this person I was talking to but wasn't on camera said this and this and this. So Life Owen Jones was recently a guest on another network we all watch, but I can't remember which one. It was Rising. He was on Rising recently. I don't know if we all watch it. I, generally speaking, rarely ever watch it. There was, I I watched it when the senator went on and Crystal Ball took her to task. And then there was, they had on um, an American contractor who was in Gaza who just had the most gut-wrenching story to talk about. Uh, but when I was looking up that clip of that interview, because I had saw it posted on social media, that's when I saw that Owen was also on. So then I watched it there. JK, Owen says that he reads all comments on his YouTube videos. He says it, but he gets a lot of comments. I don't know. That is a method that I will try, most likely. But it's one thing to read comments. It's another thing to actually act on comments. It's, yeah, I will try. I will try. Atticus Among Us, I did see a short clip where he got called out. Yeah, I saw the whole segment of that on there, and it was great. Like, the people in the circle were laughing at Jank's reaction to being called out on the union. And, okay, right, I did this. This shouldn't get me copywritten stricken. I did this from the Jubilee. So this isn't from the secret private video. This is from Jubilee, and I just found this kind of funny. And I should be able to show still images without it saying, okay, we're going to take all your revenue from this live stream. Because that's the thing. You can cover Jubilee. It's just they then take the revenue if they catch you. But since it's still images, I don't think I'll get hit up for it. But during the talk with the union, there was this. Where is it? There we go. So you know how they do these little fact things over here? Over here? These three were in rapid succession going on. So this is production and post-production crew at the Young Turks voted to unionize in 2020, according to the report, and Politico Cenk Uygur intensely pressured staffers not to unionize. Followed by this, a complaint was filed with the National Labor Relations Board after a pro-union employee was fired. According to the NLRB government, the case was withdrawn. And according to Politico report, the Young Turks staffer votes were tallied 9-6 in favor of unionization. The employees organizing for a union wrote on Twitter, "We're thrilled to now have a voice on the job at TYT." So there's that. I just thought that was funny. Oh. Etchbox to get the notice of the drawing. The letter hacked to the Vanguard to Media Santo and Jones. A little game of telephone, I take it, yeah. It's just, I feel weird sometimes when it comes to other people that are potentially within the possibility of me drawing, being like, I didn't do a drawing of you, but I did a drawing of somebody else. Could you pass it on? I will try very, very multiple ways to see if he sees it. Like, and then even if he sees it, there's no guarantee I'll even know, because I'm fairly confident Emma has seen the drawing I did of her. But I've had zero acknowledgement of it. And again, it's not like I'm doing these for acknowledgement, but at least with the one that I did of Ole, she put some fire emojis under it. So I know she's seen it. And sometimes that's all I want to know, is that they've seen it. But as an artist, I would also just love to be able to talk to them about it and be like, oh, this is the process. This is what I went through. Look at these details. Ah, ha, ha. Like, I want to be able to do that. Like, part of this would be nice as a connection tool, because I can't access a lot of the same spaces as them when it comes to, you know, I don't write articles. I'm not a real journalist, all that sort of stuff. And so this is kind of my way of like, hey, over here, I'm over here. But at the same time, considering the amount of investment that I put into these drawings and the time it takes, I'm not going to do a drawing just for that. Like, it would not be worth it for me to start doing portraits of people solely because I am looking to grab their attention. I have to be doing it for me. Like there has to be something in this drawing that I want to do for me. So it's not the sole reason, but it would be nice, you know. Uh, anyway, we should probably actually like get into the news. There's a lot to cover. Why is my computer making that noise? Anyway, yeah. Been at this for almost 50 minutes and still haven't covered the news. Oh, that's what you get with somebody with ADHD, untreated ADHD. Rich P1K, Hank is always worth listening to. I will be on his show at some point in the near future. We recorded the conversation, so whenever he gets around to editing it and popping it up on his channel. Yeah, news. I spent hours putting these dockets together. We should probably do that. And then we can just chit chat about all this stuff. Anyway, yeah. How about we do that? How about we do that? We'll actually get into the news. So there was a bit of a story this week, like an ongoing story with like different chapters, a flow, a narrative that if you put everything in order in the docket, you can see the progression of this story, and it has to do with Gaza. As is the norm on my channel, I tend not to cover like the most heinous things. You can find that all over social media. I try to stay away from the absolutely horrendous pictures, and I try to do like a Canadian-centric focus because I'm Canadian. And I think it's really worth pointing out the Canadian connection to all of this. And so for people who have been on social media at all, you know how absolutely dire, nightmarish horror like it is in Gaza right now. It is stupefyingly evil what is going on over there. And it's to the point now where other nations who have been backing Israel are kind of like, oh, this is going to be bad. And it's, again, it's not that they care. They only care because they might face consequences for aiding and abetting a genocide later on. If it wasn't for that, I don't think we'd be hearing anything. And it'd just be blacked out in our media like it always has been. It'd just be ignored. Like so many other genocides that have happened in our time. And but one of them was let's see. So France did this thing that I covered last week where France is like, we will recognize a Palestinian state. And then this was putting pressure on other Western nations. And I covered this in my live stream that France was doing this. And it's like, great. It's the should have done this a long time ago, and it's the bare minimum, and it is mostly symbolic, but with more Western countries doing it, it puts pressure on the other Western countries to get on board with also doing it. And when it comes to like declaring a Palestinian state at this point, like the idea of a two-state solution, I don't think is tangible. It needs to be one state where everyone has equal voting rights and equal protections, and not one where it can be sectioned off and made into an open-air prison. And so there was a bit of a story into how this unfolded here in Canada in following up with France. And it started with, you know, the pressure being put onto Mark Carney to respond to the fact that France did this. And it's like, are you going to follow suit? So we get to this. And it's going to be a quote tweet, so let's just get there. So this is quote tweeted by Rabbi David, who is pointing out to what we're about to see here, that Carney says, we've condemned the deplorable situation. It starts with Hamas. Yes, Mark Carney is very big on saying Hamas bad, Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. But then David points out, my friend, I do not know how to say that, shot in the chest today by a settler outside his home in the village of Al-Khair in the West Bank. It has nothing to do with Hamas. It starts with Zionism, and I believe he's referring to a man that was part of a documentary about what was happening in the West Bank. Nothing to do with Hamas in the West Bank, but he was still shot and killed by a Zionist settler there. And that Zionist settler will probably not face any accountability for killing, murdering this individual. But, you know, all the Western leaders still like to say, oh, it's all about Hamas. It's all about, no, it's all about the Zionism. You know, you take that out of the equation, all the violence that we're seeing today wouldn't be happening. But let's go back here. So today, Prime Minister was asked where Canada stands when it comes to recognizing Palestinian statehood, as France just did, as hundreds of UN recognized states have done, including Spain, Norway, and Ukraine. Where do I have that up here? Oh, I suppose that's where I should show that next. Okay. For the record, here was his answer. Canada must act now. It is impossible to stand for international human rights to stand against illegal annexation without acting to recognize Palestinian sovereignty and self-determination. Send a letter and push Canada for change. And so I'm just going to scooch over here. So at this point, yes, we know that Canada will recognize it, but there's still a bit of a story in it. And this is from CTV News, a map showing countries that recognize a Palestinian state and those that plan to. And you can see the orange here. So you have the UK, France, Canada. I don't know what country that is. That plan to, and all the green that already have. Interesting which countries haven't. So France, the United Kingdom, Canada, and Malta announced plans this week to recognize Palestinian state that does not yet exist. And there's more to this story, so let's get back to it. So here's the statement that Mark Carney made when asked about this. When asked, like, hey, France has done it, why don't you? Oops.
Palestinian statehood. Emmanuel Macron has announced that France will fully recognize Palestinian statehood later this year. Will Canada follow suit? And if not, why?
Well, the first thing is to recognize the scale at which we do and deplore the scale of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
Who's causing it, Mark? Huh? Who's causing that humanitarian crisis? It's not a natural event that's causing it. Who's the scale of this humanitarian crisis? Where is that coming from again, Mark? Huh?
Also the challenges in the West Bank, the lack of respect of the territorial integrity of Palestine in the West Bank. We've condemned what has caused this situation.
No, he hasn't. He has not condemned what has caused this situation. Oh, right, he's talking about Hamas. It was Hamas that caused all of this, not a genocidal Zionist state that had the Palestinians in an open-air prison for decades, that, you know, for decades upon decades upon decades have been unleashing horrors and other atrocities against the Palestinians. According to him, it all started on October 7th.
It starts with Hamas and the deplorable terrorist attacks of October 7th.
Started about 78 years ago.
We are very focused on the provision of humanitarian aid by all methods, by all parties, Canada included. We have more than $300 million of humanitarian aid that's spring-loaded to be supplied, that has been prevented from being supplied to those in dire need.
Who's preventing it, Mark? Who's preventing this aid from getting to the people who need it? Mark?
We welcome the early steps on widening the channels by which that aid can be delivered, that those need to be expanded and they need to be made real. This is about facts on the ground. in Gaza to provide the aid to the suffering peoples. The issues around two-state solution, we've always supported and we continue to support the two-state.
Okay, so we don't need to go much more into that. Basically, he's saying it's all Hamas. It's all Hamas. But again, you look at the West Bank where Hamas is not an issue, and the Zionist settlers there are still killing with impunity, taking over land, forcing Palestinians off. Even in the West Bank, things like they're not allowed to collect rainwater. Their wells are having cement poured down them so that they can't get water that way. They're being forced off their land in so many different ways. It has nothing to do with Hamas. Well, then there was this. And so Sam Hirsch was just quote tweeting out, absolutely reprehensible. Recognition of a Palestinian state shouldn't be used as a bargaining chip to get Israel army to stop slaughtering innocent people. Sanction them, suspend trade, recall the ambassador. So this comment from Mark Carney was on July 28th. And then we had, on July 29th, Keir Starmer make a statement about recognizing a state of Palestine. Let's just see what Keir Starmer has to say about it.
On the 7th of October 2023, Hamas perpetrated the worst massacre in Israel's history.
Okay, I don't know British accents all that well, but is this not the accent of every British villain that has ever been in every movie? It's this accent, isn't it? That they use whenever they have a British villain? I'm fairly certain it's this accent.
Every day since then, the horror has continued. The hostages are still being held today. The Palestinian people have endured terrible suffering. Now, in Gaza, because of a catastrophic failure of aid, we see starving babies, children too.
Why aren't they getting the aid? What is preventing them from getting the aid? Oh, right. Israel being a genocidal state.
Too weak to stand. Images that will stay with us for a lifetime. The suffering.
All of which was preventable, by the way. All of this was preventable.
Suffering must end. Yesterday, I discussed this with President Trump, and we're mounting a major effort to get humanitarian supplies back in by air. And UK aid has been airdropped into Gaza today, and crucially, by land. We need to see at least 500 trucks entering Gaza every day. But ultimately, the only way to bring this humanitarian crisis to an end is through a long-term settlement. So we are supporting the US, Egyptian and Qatari efforts to secure a vital ceasefire. That ceasefire must be sustainable, and it must lead to a wider peace plan, which we're developing with our international partners. This plan will deliver security and proper governance in Gaza and pave the way for negotiations on a two-state solution. Our goal remains a safe and secure Israel alongside a viable and sovereign Palestinian state. But right now, that goal is under pressure like never before. I've always said that we will recognize a Palestinian state as a contribution to a proper peace process at the moment of maximum impact for the two-state solution. With that solution...
Yes, the people who are currently being genocided have to agree to a proper peace solution. Yeah, those are the people, you know, they're the ones that aren't cooperating, the people being genocided. They need to agree to this in order for us to recognize their humanity.
Solution now under threat. This is the moment to act. So today, as part of this process towards peace, I can confirm the UK will recognise the State of Palestine by the United Nations General Assembly in September, unless the Israeli government takes substantive steps to end the appalling situation in Gaza, agree to a ceasefire, and commit to a long-term sustainable peace, reviving the prospect.
So he's saying that unless you do this thing you don't want to do, no, unless you, I'm trying to, like, my brain knows that there's something about this by saying, like, okay, we will recognize this Palestinian state unless you do this. And the thing is that Israel doesn't want a Palestinian state recognized. And so putting the imposition on it that unless you recognize, unless you stop doing what you're doing, we're going to recognize it. So if you don't stop doing what you're doing, we won't do, like, there's, my brain is twisting it. But yeah, I do believe he is saying, we will do this thing you don't want to happen if you keep on doing what you're doing, which pretty much would be incentive for Israel to continue doing what they're doing. Oh, so you won't do this. Yeah, you won't call for a Palestinian state as long as we're slaughtering them. Right. Okay. Uh-huh. You know, we don't want that, right? So, win-win, according to Israel.
Of a two-state solution. And this includes allowing the UN to restart the supply of aid and making clear that there will be no annexations in the West Bank.
Bit late on that. And so this was at 11:56 a.m. on July 29th. And then here we have, oh, my computer's acting up, Mark Carney on July 29th. Saying, Prime Minister Keir Starmer and I spoke today about the rapidly deteriorating humanitarian crisis in Gaza. Who's causing it, Mark? We focused on the urgent need for humanitarian aid to reach civilians and the critical work ahead to promote lasting peace in the Middle East. And he tweeted this out at 10:45 p.m. on July 29th, so almost 12 hours after Keir Starmer made that statement. And somebody, Dimitri, just pointing out it's not a humanitarian disaster, it's a genocide, and both you and Starmer are helping Israel carry it out. You should be frog marched to The Hague and prosecuted for your complicity in this Holocaust. I concur. But you see, so almost 12 hours after Keir Starmer released that statement, Prime Minister Mark Carney is saying, yeah, I spoke to him today, and what did we talk? I said, can we steal your homework? That's what Mark Carney did. He said, can we steal your homework? Can we copy you? Can we just do what you did? Because then Canada intends to recognize the state of Palestine at the UN General Assembly in September 2025, based on certain conditions being met by the Palestinian Authority. Very similar to what the UK was saying. And we're not going to listen to all of this because it's almost 10 minutes long and we have other things, clips and stuff to get to. So this is the statement that Mark Carney sent out. And Sam Hirsch, again, just mentioning, among other ridiculous conditions, it's insane to demand that a people are going through a genocide to be prepared to hold an election in less than a year as precondition to recognition of their state. And it is sickening that Mark Carney would say something like that. That they expect an election in 2026. There are no more fucking buildings in Gaza. They've all been erased. People will be looking for the remains of their family. People are starving to death. There's no infrastructure left. all of them will be in medical crisis. All of them will be in mental health crisis. And you expect them to hold a free and fair election during that? With what fucking resources? It is disgusting that predication is there. And so here's Mark Carney. Canada has long been committed to a two-state solution, an independent, viable, sovereign Palestinian state living side by side with the state of Israel in peace and security. Who broke that peace? Like, who is... Israel's committing a fucking genocide. And you're putting the onus on a peace deal on the people that are being genocided. That it's somehow their responsibility. And so this is his statement on it. Canada, blah, 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 for decades. We hope this outcome would be achieved in part in peace process built around negotiated settlement between the Israeli government and Palestinian Authority. Regrettably, this approach is no longer tenable. Why? Prospects for a two-state solution have been steadily and gravely eroded, including by Hamas. It's all Hamas. Hamas. The accelerated settlement building in the West Bank and East Jerusalem, while settler violence against Palestinians have soared. By who? Who's doing it? The ongoing failure by the Israeli government to prevent the rapidly deteriorating humanitarian disaster in Gaza with impeded access to food and other essential humanitarian supplies. Well, see, this is where it's going to catch up with you later. You're acknowledging that it is Israel, preventing the people in Gaza from getting it. Hopefully you guys can still see me because my tab just crashed. Doing a refresh here. Are you all there still? Can I get some thumbs up that you're all still there? Because it just crashed on me. My computer was making weird noises, so I was worried this might happen. I'm going to quickly just go to the main shot and start closing some of these tabs that I've already looked at. Okay, you're all still there. Just looked over and the entire thing was gone because it says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Okay, we're still there. Okay, so no interruption for you guys. I think I need to start closing tabs as we're going along. It's so frustrating how my setup never changes. Yet for some reason, some days the computer will and won't work. Anyway, let's get back to the report. And just says, so the deepening suffering of civilians leave no room for delay in the coordinated international action to support peace, security, and the dignity of human life. Preserving a two-state solution means standing with all people who choose peace over violence or terrorism and honoring the innate desire for the peaceful coexistence of Israel and Palestinian. Who is against that peaceful coexistence? Mark. As the roadmap for a secure and prosperous future. As for these reasons, Canada intends to recognize the state of Palestine at the 80th session of the General Assembly. The intention is predicated on the Palestinian Authority commitment to a much-needed reforms, including commitments by the Palestinian Authority and Abbas to fundamentally reform its government, to hold general elections in 2026, in which Hamas can play no part. So we're dictating the terms of their democracy now. Again, the idea that they can hold elections next year is fucking laughable. It is insulting to put it into this statement. It is just... like, the words escape me as to how utterly horrendous that statement is. To be like, we expect you to hold elections next year from your pile of rubble. with the decomposing bodies still under it. Oh, and by the way, Hamas can't be part of it. Canada will increase its efforts, blah, 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 blah. And then talking about the humanitarian aid that we're sending, but he also says it here. He says what was in that statement here.
Canada intends to recognize the state of Palestine at the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly in September 2025. This intention is predicated on the Palestinian Authority's commitment to much-needed reforms, including commitments by the Palestinian Authority's President Abbas to fundamentally reform its governance, to hold
There's nothing left. There's no organization, there's no infrastructure, there's no government. There's nothing left. You're expecting them with their lives shattered into rubble. And you want them to hold a fucking election. Everything is gone there. Everything. The trauma endured, the lives lost. And to stand there so smug. I can't get over the inhumanity of it. I really can't. Like, I just, I've seen the pictures of what's going around, and they're so horrific. That's why I'm not showing them. People can see them. They're all over the place. I can't stand looking at them. This government allowed that to happen. We had the chance here in Canada to stand up against this atrocity. And instead of doing even nothing, we helped arm it. And now to just stand there so confidently saying, yeah, they just need to hold an election and then we'll recognize their humanity. It's fucking disgusting.
general elections in 2026 in which Hamas can play no part, and to demilitarize the Palestinian state.
I don't think they have a military anymore. Enough people there have been killed. Enough of the infrastructure has been killed. I don't think they have an organized military in Gaza right now. Just saying. They've been demilitarized.
Canada will increase its efforts in supporting strong democratic governance in Palestine and the contributions of its people to a more peaceful and hopeful future. I spoke today with President Abbas at length to reaffirm his commitments. Canada reiterates that Hamas must immediately release all hostages taken in the horrific terrorist attack of October 7th.
They always put the adjectives on that. The horrific attack of October 7th. But what about the horrific attacks and actions that Israel's been committing? A video was released by Hamas recently of one of the hostages who is emaciated. Skin and bone. They don't have the food in Gaza anymore to feed the hostages. Israel is killing them. The hostages are dying because of Israel and Israel's actions.
That Hamas must disarm and that Hamas must play no role in the future governance of Palestine. Canada will always steadfastly support Israel's existence as an independent state in the Middle East, living in peace and security. Any path to lasting peace for Israel also requires a viable and stable Palestinian state, and one that recognizes Israel's inalienable right to security and peace.
You know what? That right doesn't include the right to commit genocide. He needs to go in front of the fucking Hague. It's disgusting. And here is, I don't know how to say his name, Young Pa Wu, who is a senator here in Canada, who's been very outspoken about what's happening there. Because here our senators they're not elected in, they're less partisan here in Canada than they are in the States. And he says, alas, my fears are confirmed by the PM's announcement that Canada will recognize Palestinian statehood subject to conditions. There should be no conditions. I stand by my comments that this is the condescending, patronizing colonial action by a country that prides itself on never having been a colonial power. And he was on a podcast with Samira, and this is what he had said.
Minister Carney's cabinet is meeting virtually to decide on what to do. One of those questions is whether or not to recognize the state of Palestine. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm glad they're meeting to discuss the issue. I hope they will agree to recognize Palestine, but it has to be done without conditions, unlike the Brits, for example. However, the early signs from our government is that even if they go down this road, they will do it conditionally. We saw from the announcement by Minister Anand 2 days ago at the UN that Canada is donating $10 million to the Palestinian Authority to help them improve their governance to prepare for statehood. This is the most condescending, patronizing, colonial statement I've heard from a country that claims to be not a colonial power. Basically, what we're saying is, we'll recognize your statehood when we decide you're ready for it. And here's some money to improve yourself. So that's not a good sign, but, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they will come to their senses and will recognize Palestinian statehood outright.
Well, that didn't happen. And as he says, his fears were confirmed. And then more statements about a new airlift of Canadian aid landed in Gaza today with the thanks to His Majesty King Abdul II and our Jordanian partners. Canada is dedicating more than $340 million aid to address the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. We will ensure it moves forward with all the necessary scale. And the lefty mind, Shelby, is just saying, I would just like to know how we plan to actually provide this aid to the Palestinian people when Israel has restricted entry. This is just smokescreen trick Canadians thinking we are helping starving Palestinians. And Samira was just responding to Anita and then saying the same thing. Airdrops happen in places where people can't be reached. This is an exercise in absurdity and futility. And Anita Anand, the foreign minister, just saying Canadian aid is being entered into Gaza. Thank you for the Kingdom of Jordan for facilitating an airdrop much needed earlier today. More aid is needed. Canada will continue to do all it can to ensure delivery to the Palestinian Gaza and blah, blah, blah. How are the people in the Gaza Strip supposed to get to this aid when a lot of them are too sick to walk? Once they get to the aid, how are they supposed to access it? How are they supposed to prepare it? How are they supposed to do any fucking thing with it? They are so starved, you can't just send them food. Because trying to digest food normally could kill them. The aid, it's medical aid that needs to get into them. There needs to be triages set up. IVs set up. It's just a lot of people are beyond the point of being able to normally digest food. You can't just drop aid in the middle of nowhere in Gaza in zones where if people try to go to it, the IDF will shoot them down. This is fucking barbaric what this government is doing. Absolutely fucking barbaric. But to sit there and gloat, oh, look at the good thing we're doing. Look at the crumbs we're tossing. We're sending them aid. We're not one of the bad guys. No, triage units need to go in. Medical staff needs to go in with fully equipped, first aid responders. There's no hospitals for them to go to anymore. It has to be like a mobile hospital set up. This is just beyond egregious. See it unfold in front of our eyes, and there's nothing that the average person can do to stop this, and the people who are in power are just so fucking soulless. Of course, Donald Trump had something to say about Canada doing this not even thing. So that's the thing. Canada still hasn't recognized the state of Palestine. It's just, oh yeah, maybe we will in September, which again, I'll believe it when I see it. That's everything with the liberals. Whenever they say they're going to do something, believe it when it actually happens. Never give them praise for anything they say, because they often don't follow through with it. But people are sitting there like, oh, great, you said these things we want to hear. But the actions are never, the follow through isn't there. But just Donald Trump saying, wow, Canada has announced that it is backing statehood for Palestine. That will make it very hard for us to make a trade deal with them. Oh, Canada. Mm-hmm. Yes, because, a foreign government should be able to dictate what we do. Hold us hostage for, trade and everything of that sort. And again, Donald Trump is just, you can't negotiate with him in good faith. And this idea that Mark Carney has been trying to, he's been giving him concession after concession after concession. For what? It will never be good enough. There will always be something else because Donald Trump is a fucking man baby. Like, it's just, it will never, there's nothing you can do to satiate Donald Trump's need for power and control and to feel like he's the dominant one. No matter what concession you give him, it will never be enough. Never. And in this case, he's getting mad at something Canada hasn't even done yet. And Mark Carney just was replying to my statement on Canada-US trade. Didn't want to read the whole thing. Let's just skip down. While we continue to negotiate with the United States on our trading relationship, the Canadian government is laser focused on what we can control, building Canada strong, blah, blah, blah. Canadians will be our own best customer, creating more well-paying careers at home when we strengthen and diversify, but so on and so forth. But, we have Donald Trump has already rigged our taxes, The digital service tax was canceled to make him happy. There's other tariffs and taxes that Donald Trump was threatening, and then things that we said we wouldn't do, and all these concessions for the elbows up people. All these concessions. And do we still even have a trade deal yet? Nah. Mark Carney, the inventor of knee pads for elbows. I do have a little bit more on Gaza-related stuff, but I'm just going to close all these tabs and quickly check the SandBox, because this loops around. Because the next one is a bit more information about that, and then just other federal stuff. So we'll touch back onto the tariffs and the trades in just a moment. But I just want to say hello to John Martinez. Hello, Marty. Oh, hello, Orb Boomer and Frizzle 14. No, Frizzle 4. Messing up my dyslexia. Let's see what people are saying. Talking amongst yourself, that's good. Engagement in the sandbox helps promote this in the sandbox, in the algorithms. People talking about tech help, but not the tech help that I need. John Martinez saying all performative action, nothing happening, everyone licking their own assholes, lying about aid going in. Yeah. Part of the reason why I need to get that stupid goddamn TYT video done is I have a bazillion tabs open for it. It's part of the reason why my computer struggles sometimes, is all the tabs that I have open regarding that essay that I'm going to be working on. But let's just scooch right back into this and get through it. So, Canada keeps on saying, you know, humanitarian this and that and the other thing when it comes to Gaza, that, oh, look, we are not sending arms anymore, wink, wink. That it's a humanitarian crisis and all that sort of bullshit. But you know what? Canada's still sending weapons to Israel despite saying it paused shipments. Tax data. So amidst this genocide, Canada is looking for loopholes to support the genocider. See, in Canada, we have speech laws here, hate speech laws. We're now allowed to promote. I can't sit here and promote a genocide. That would get me into a lot of trouble. And also, I would never do that. But, you know, promoting a genocide, it goes against our hate speech laws. But apparently you can arm one. You can send arms to it. And if you get called out for it, you try to find those little workarounds because you're so fucking desperate to send weapons to the people committing these atrocities. Like, the amount of work and energy they're putting into finding all the different ways that they can do this is disgusting. So this is from CTV News. Israel custom data suggests lethal Canadian arms are still being exported regularly to Israel, despite Ottawa's claims that it has halted such shipments. Canadian military products are deeply embedded in Israel's military infrastructure, despite our government's attempts to placate us, said Rachel Small, the group World Beyond War. Her group is part of a coalition of Canadian advocates for Palestinians, which released a report Tuesday based on data published by Israel Tax Authority. The data shows shipments from Canada that Israeli authorities classified as bullet guns and other weapons. The Canadian press has reviewed the publicly available data sets, which include shipments this past April listed as bullets sent from Canada to Israel, with the quantity listed at 175,000. Under the custom codes that Israel uses for munitions of war and parts thereof. Similar bullet shipments from Canada arrived in Israel in February, July, and December 2024. So on and so forth. So Rachel Gilmore was also covering this bombshell report, and we'll watch this part of her video, but you know, you can go to her YouTube channel to watch the full video, but let's watch this part of it.
A new bombshell report just dropped that exposes hundreds of Canadian arms shipments to Israel. That means Canadian goods, including military weapons parts and ammunition, have continued to enter Israel, despite our government publicly claiming it halted arms shipments to Israel in January 2024. Now, I reached out to Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand's office about this, and they sent me an interesting response. And I'm going to share all of that with you, but first let's talk about what's in this report because it has some damning information. They even found that international commercial passenger flights, like the kind that you and I could be on board of, had military cargo loaded beneath them to transport Canadian components to Israel. This is appalling. And it comes as even Israel-based human rights groups have come out and said what Palestinians and anyone with eyes has been saying for some time now, that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. We are watching as Israel continues to block humanitarian aid from a population that is starving. Right here, I have evidence from a doctor entering Gaza, and it was shared with me by Dr. Yipeng Ji, who has also been on the ground in Gaza, testifying that Israel confiscated baby formula. Baby formula. And now the UN is warning that Gaza is, quote, on the brink of a full-scale famine. To be clear, that famine is entirely attributable to Israel's blockade. With those stakes in mind, let's dig into this report. Researchers from World Beyond War, the Palestinian Youth Movement, and the Arms Embargo Now campaign, with help from Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East, Independent Jewish Voices, the Palestine Solidarity Network, and Kelsey Gallagher, used two methodologies together that haven't been applied to Canadian arms exports before. They looked at commercial shipping data, tracing direct shipments from Canadian manufacturers to Israel through July 2025, and import data from the Israeli Tax Authority from October 2023 to May 2025. When they looked at these data sets, they were able to expose what they called a, quote, vastly different reality than government claims, a continuous massive pipeline of Canadian weapons flowing directly to Israel.
And I will put the link after I'm done with these dockets. I'll put the link to the full video because she doesn't have it up on her site. Well, she has the link to her site as well as the groundbreaking report. So I will put both of these into the SandBox. But after this report came out, the foreign minister, Anita Anand, said, "Nuh-uh, the report is flawed, nuh-uh," is what Anita Anand said. And Mohammed just saying, Canadians have asked for proof. You and Melanie Joly offered none. No arm embargo records, just secrecy. Now evidence is emerging that your statements are misleading. One day it's training weapons, the next day it's something else. Why are we even training an army that is committing a genocide? This is a pattern of deception. You're not running a private company. This is public office and public money. Come clean, show us the truth. And if you can't do that, do what I've said all along. And so, yeah, Anita Anand, in response to that report, it was like, no, report flawed, And so she says, for example, items identified as bullets are in fact paintball-style projectiles. They are accompanied by equipment designed to make firearm inoperable with traditional rounds. These cannot be used in combat, and if they were, they would require a permit, which would not be granted. There's permits preventing us from No mortars have been shipped from Canada manufacturers to Israel, either directly or indirectly, since before permits were suspended. Yeah, it's not what the evidence is showing. At no time are explosive materials such as bullets or other munitions transported on passenger aircraft. To claim otherwise is simply false. Canada continues to deny any export permits for materials that could be used in Gaza. So Anita Anand is like, nuh-uh. But Rachel Gilmore is like, Canada's Foreign Affairs Minister has hit back at a bombshell report on Canadian arms shipments to Israel, calling it flawed. But is it? I reached out to the authors, and it seemed like Minister Anand might be the one with some flawed information. So Rachel Gilmore is like,
Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand just put out a statement responding to the bombshell new report on Canadian arms shipments to Israel. And rather than, launching an investigation into the companies involved and pledging to close loopholes, she instead called the report, quote, flawed, and stated that Global Affairs Canada have determined, quote, that a number of claims in the report are misleading and significantly misrepresent the facts. But do they? See, as soon as I saw this press release, I reached out to the report authors to see what their response was to it. And they got back to me with a press release that goes through her precise claims, and it seems like things aren't as clear-cut as she made it sound. See, according to World Beyond War, Palestinian Youth Movement, Canadians for Justice and Peace in the Middle East, and the Arms Embargo Now campaign, quote, Minister Anand's statement today continues a pattern of deception. But before I dive too deep into their response, let's take a look at what exactly Minister Anand had to say.
So I will toss the link to this in the SandBox as well, as soon as I'm done with this docket. Hello, kitty cat. But you see, all of this was putting some stress on Anita Anand's office and stuff, because, when you come out, when there's a bombshell report showing that you are finding workarounds to send weapons to a genocide, people get mad. They get really mad. And apparently Foreign Affairs Minister had to close constituency office citing safety concerns. But what kind of safety concerns are we talking about? This is like my one free Globe and Mail article I get this year. So we're going to read some of it. Take advantage of it. It's stuck in my hair. Tangled in my hair and a cat wanting on my lap at the same time. How did this get stuck? There we go. There we go. Okay. if you're gonna do that, you have to. Come on, there we go. Good chunky kitty, chunky kitty. Let's get back to the news. Oh. So, from Globe and Mail, my one free article this year. Foreign Affairs Minister Anita Anand said she had temporarily closed her constituency office in Oakville, Ontario, after a number of incidents left staff feeling unsafe. Ms. Anand did not specify the nature of the incidences, but said that she is working with security service to resolve the issues. The incidences were peaceful pro-Palestine protests. That's it. So the decision was not taken lightly, as the work of my constituency team is important for the residents of Oakville East. However, the safety of my team and constituents visiting the office is paramount, Ms. Anand said in a statement provided to the Globe and Mail on Friday. No, I think it was more she just didn't want to be reminded of the absolute horrendous monster she is right now. The guilt of knowing that in her job she has sent weapons that are being used to slaughter starving babies, children being shot, people, innocent, so many innocent people, and also all the people, the bad people, the terrorists in Hamas. Not even they would deserve what is happening to them right now. They should be held accountable, if there are still any of them left, for what they did. But nobody deserves what is happening right now. The Oakville Beaver reported that Ms. Anand's constituency office manager, Elizabeth Chalmers, said the decision to close the office was primarily the result of pro-Palestinian protests outside the office. Oakville for Palestine, a local advocacy group, has often posted photos and videos of protests outside of Ms. Anand's constituency office to social media. In a statement to the Globe, Oakville for Palestine organizer Dalia Marwan said the group was disappointed in Ms. Anand's decision to close the office and frames it as a necessary response to peaceful protesters. Ms. Marwan said Ms. Anand's office has not been a place of welcome or accountability for members of the community with direct ties to the war in Gaza. They have been met with locked doors, countless unanswered emails and phone calls, and silence, Ms. Marwan said. So then what else are they supposed to do? I've been part of protests outside of constituency offices, usually in regard to like healthcare. Just stand out there with signs, get passing cars to honk or something. You have to be on public property. You can't be on private property. All that sort of stuff. I hope she's haunted for the rest of her life for what she's done. And then she gets a reminder every single fucking day. Ms. Anand's office did not respond to additional questions Friday from the Globe about the group's statement. Constable Jeff Dillon, Media Relations Office for Hamilton Region Police, said officers attended a protest outside Ms. Anand's constituency office last weekend. And this is coming from the constable here. To my knowledge, it was peaceful. There were no arrests, anything of that nature, said Constable Dillon. So the constable, the police, is even saying, it was peaceful. We didn't see anything wrong. Yet it's so scary, they had to close the office. On Friday, the sign of the constituency office had been removed from the building's facade. A paper printout was posted to the door telling constituents that the office is operating remotely. Ms. Anand said that her team continues to respond to phone messages and emails to serve people of Oakville East and is holding off-site meetings with constituents. The decision to temporarily close the office follows other incidents involving alleged threats against politicians. So other offices I could see being shut down because of threats. Last month, a 29-year-old man was charged with uttering threats against the mayor of Brampton, Ontario, Patrick Brown. The same week, another individual was arrested in 2 counts of uttering threats to cause death against Ontario Environment Minister. More threats and misogyny as reason she decided not to seek re-election. So lots of threats here, but peaceful protest, shut it down. And it's to the point. It's so, blatant now what's happening over there that even organizations in Israel are like, yeah, we crossed the line. So 2 Israeli rights groups say their country is committing genocide. And this is from CTV News. 2 prominent Israeli groups Monday said their country is committing genocide in Gaza, the first time that local Jewish-led organizations have made such accusations against Israel during nearly 22 months of war. Took them long enough, and also it's much harder to paint them as anti-Semitic as what they like to do to every other group that has called it a genocide. Amnesty International did an in-depth report saying it's genocide. They must be anti-Semitic. Amnesty International? Human Rights Watch? They're all anti-Semitic because they're calling out Israel's war crimes and genocide? The claims by B'Tselem, I think that's how you say it, B'Tselem, and Physicians for Human Rights Israel add to the explosive debate over whether Israel's military offensive in Gaza, launched in response to Hamas's deadly attack on October 7th, amounts to genocide. The Palestinians, their supporters, and international human rights groups make that claim, and the International Court of Justice is hearing a genocide case filed by South Africa against Israel. But in Israel, founded in the wake of the Holocaust, even the government's strongest critics have largely refrained from making such accusations. That's because of the deep sensitivities and strong memories of the Nazi genocide of Europe's Jews, and because in Israel's view, the war in Gaza is justified response to the deadliest attack in the country's history, and not an attempt at extermination. Gaza is a graveyard. Nothing justifies that. Nothing. The strong memories of the Nazi genocide, of killing Jews in Europe. The idea that a people can go through that and within living memory, do it to another group. Shattering a taboo in Israel, the rights groups, while prominent and respected internationally, are considered in Israel to be the political fringe, and their views are not representative of the vast majority of Israelis. But having the allegation of genocide come from Israel voices shatters the taboo in a society that has been reticent to criticize Israel's conduct in Gaza. Guy Child, director of Physicians for Human Rights Israel, said Jewish Israeli public office often dismisses accusations of genocide as anti-Semitic or biased against Israel. Perhaps human rights groups based in Israel coming to this conclusion is a way to confront the accusation and get people to acknowledge the reality, he said. Israel asserts that it is fighting an existential war, abides by international law. Just days after October 7th, they were talking about collective punishment, which is that goes against international law. It has rejected genocide allegations as anti-Semitic. In its challenging such allegations, the International Court of Justice and it has rejected the International Criminal Court's allegations that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant committed war crimes in Gaza. Both face international arrest warrants and so on and so forth. Here in Canada, lawyers call on Canada to speed up visa approvals as situation worsens in Gaza. And I covered this when it was first announced. Canada, again, being oh so holy and great and whatnot, decided to grant 5,000 visas to people fleeing Gaza. 5,000. Hundreds of thousands were given to Ukrainians. I remember it was 20, 30,000 Syrian refugees were granted access to come to this country. 5,000 visas to be granted, with a whole bunch of caveats. We'll get there. So a Toronto immigration lawyer says family members of Canadians are dying in Gaza as the Federal Immigration Department drags its heels approving visas through a special program launched in 2024. Debbie Rachels said Canada must speed up the approval process for the temporary special measures visa it is offering to members of the Palestinian Canadian families who are trying to flee the violence in Gaza. Rachel's represents dozens of applicants in the program, and said she is involved with at least 5 cases in which people have died waiting for word on their visa. She lobbied for the special measure program as a member of the Gaza Family Reunification Project. We are all aware of many, many situations where people are waiting for visas to come to Canada and have died and have been killed. Rachel said in a recent interview. That includes people who have died of starvation or injuries from bombings and people who have been killed while lining up to get rations, she said. They are all preventable and terrible deaths. Canada opened the multi-stepped program. So again, people undergoing a genocide had to do all of this. Multi-step program offering temporary residence visas to members, and that's the 5,000, capped at 5,000. Fewer than 1,200 visas have been granted as of June 21st. That's less than a quarter. 841 people have arrived in Gaza as of June 8th. The visa program requires, so again, while undergoing a genocide, applicants to submit biometrics information, including fingerprints and photos, collected in person at an IRCC office. How are you going to get there? There is no such office in Gaza. If you were in Gaza and you needed that visa that was going to be granted to people in Gaza, you weren't able to obtain it because the office in which you would need to go to didn't exist. The Canadian press has spoken to several Palestinian Canadians who paid thousands of dollars for their family members in Gaza to pay private agents for passage across the border in Cairo, where there is a Canadian immigration office to collect biometrics data. The Rafah border between Gaza and Egypt has been closed. And so this only is for people who have family members here in Canada. It's not just anyone. It's not dire cases. They have to have family members here. They have to prove that they have no ties to Hamas. So if they worked in the government organization of Hamas, then that would be an instant no. They have to provide biometrics and, have all this history, of, oh, I used to work for this company that's now a pile of rubble. No, you can't talk to my boss. He died in an explosion. There's no way for them to prove anything about their background anymore. It's just disgusting. We'll get to a follow-up on another story that I was covering about a paramedic who was fired from her job for being pro-Palestinian. She's trying to get her job back, but again, all these people that are trying to say that, the Zionists trying to say that it's the Jewish people who are being targeted, all of the Zionists who are being targeted, they're not the ones losing their jobs for promoting a fucking genocide. And meanwhile, anyone calling for peace puts their job at risk. Like me just talking about it paints a big target on me for just wanting peace, to wanting to see the slaughter end.
Give Catherine her goddamn job back.
Backed by about a dozen union members, Catherine Grzejczuk argued she should not have lost her job.
Today,
I express my solidarity with all the workers who have been fired, disciplined, and harassed in their workplaces for simply opposing genocide.
On June 19th, she wrote a comment on a CUPE Ontario Facebook post organizing a rally in protest of Israel's actions in Iran and Gaza. Grzyszczuk's comment was critical of Israel and included a list of countries it's bombed and allegations the state was luring children to concentration camps to be killed. The municipality was made aware of the comments and she was fired one day later. In an emailed statement, a spokesperson for the region says, in part, we remain committed to a welcoming and inclusive community where diversity is celebrated and where everyone can develop to their full potential. Maintaining public safety and confidence is of utmost importance to York Region.
What is hateful is the actions of the Israeli state towards Palestinians, not my descriptions of them. Seeking to end a genocide is not a threat to public safety. It is public safety. Children literally be starved to death.
When pressed repeatedly, the spokesperson for York Region would not say if Grzyszczuk violated a specific policy or how she was a threat to public safety. Grzyszczuk and those supporting her raised the issue that the termination violates charter rights.
There has been no suggestions that Catherine's political beliefs have ever resulted in any inappropriate treatment of any patient. Whether one agrees or disagrees with the content of her Facebook post, she was exercising her charter-protected right to freedom of expression. It is her rights that have been violated.
York Region has every right to
This employment lawyer disagrees.
The Charter of Rights, which I've seen waved around in the article that's on CBC, that does not protect someone from, it does not create freedom from workplace consequences when someone's behavior goes too far. And whether or not it goes too far is for the arbitrator to decide.
Grzyszczuk initiated a formal grievance process challenging her termination and says she'll take it all the way to arbitration. Dale Manukduk, CBC News, Toronto.
Sorry, just need to use a tissue and didn't want all you guys seeing that. Okay, let's close all these. Oh, darn it, I forgot to send you the links first. Oh, well. I'm having to close everything as I'm going along because of how slow my computer is going and the issues being caused. But I'm sure all of you know how to find Rachel Gilmore on YouTube and go check out her videos that she's done recently that I was just featuring. So let's get back to the SandBox briefly. Then we have a bit more federal news to go over. No. Have we moved into provincial news? I thought there was more federal news. Yes, there is more federal news. Darn it, I'm trying to get the order of my dockets. There it is. Yes, more federal news. Okay, with the tariffs and stuff. And Mark Carney bragging about nothing. Oh, okay. Checking the SandBox. Say hi to people. Hello, the Wild West. I hope I'm not missing anyone. Let's see. Oh, there you guys are talking about computers. I can skip past that. Oh, let's see. Ah, there. People saying kitty cat. JK saying capitalism loves war. The world needs to turn to socialism. Hear, hear. I don't know what kind of society the vampires want to set up in my book, but I want it. I wouldn't call it socialism what they do, but yeah, they have a society that I desperately want. People should go buy my book and find out what I'm talking about. I'll plug my book more later on as a way to unwind. Let's see. People still talking about computers, which is fine. Engagement in the sandbox is good. Helps in the algorithms. John Martinez, King Leopold murdering 20 million Africans, the genocide of my people starting in 1492 to the tune of 100 million people all over Turtle Island. Yeah. You never really get taught about those genocides that happened. Like what happened with colonialization in Africa, that almost never gets mentioned. You have to seek out that information. But also, I've read a report one time that the world actually cooled after the settlers came over to this side of the world because of how many indigenous peoples were killed. The world actually cooled because there was less industry type thing, like less fires for camps and food and all that sort of stuff. Oh, thank you, BCAP, for posting Rachel's YouTube channel. And welcome to the sandbox. Is it Soul Life's happy birth? Is it Soul Life's happy birthday? Is it your birthday, Soul Life? Do people need to be sending cake emojis and stuff? Well, happy birthday if it's your birthday, and so on and so forth. Hello, Pendulous Dragon. Good evening from Pittsburgh, here on vacation. I think the word is out that it's Soul Life's birthday. Apparently turning 75. I usually say happy day of birth, just to be slightly different in responses to people. Well, why don't we just get back into it? I just kind of want to hammer through stuff so that, can sit back and chill and chat later on. So the next stories aren't nearly as bad as what we were covering, but some more political news because, I mentioned earlier that Donald Trump was upset that Canada might someday call for a Palestinian state. And like I said, you never praise liberals for what they say. You have to do it. You have to wait for the actions. You gotta wait for the actions, because without those actions, what they say will never happen. They say a lot of shit that they get praised for. And not too long ago, I sent out a message on Blue Sky and Twitter just asking for people who are fans of Mark Carney to tell me something he has done that is good. Not something he said, not something he's promised, but actual things that are good. And I got no responses. True, I don't get much engagement, but we'll get to it. And we'll see, here are the things that he's bragging about, because he's got nothing else to show us. But back to the trade thing. So from CTV News, Canadians will be our own best customers. Carney's hit back some new Trump tariffs. Did I want to watch the video? It's so hard to cover, tariff talk because it's changing every single freaking day. So Prime Minister Mark Carney said U.S. President Donald Trump's new 35% tariffs are disappointing, but that Canada will continue to develop trade both domestically and overseas in response. So all the concessions, everything Mark Carney has done to try to make the orange goblin troll, I don't know, whatever adjective you want to use for him, happy, and still we get hit with 35% tariffs. While we continue to negotiate with the United States, is that what we've been doing? Really? Have we been negotiating with the United States? Is that what's happening? A negotiation? On our trading relationships, the Canadian government is laser focused on what we can control, building Canada strong. That is such right-wing wording right there. Carney wrote in a statement posted to Twitter, and that was the statement that I showed earlier that we don't need to read, other than, Canadians will be our own best customers. The Prime Minister's comments come following Trump's August 1st deadline for Canada and other U.S. partners to reach new trade agreements under the threat of yet another round of sweeping import tariffs. Trump signed an executive order activating tariffs against 68 countries and the European Union Thursday evening. New tariffs of 35% on Canadian exports effective Friday exclude products under Canada, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. And then just pointing out, first, let's see. So, given Canada's continued failure to, and this is coming, I think, from a White House release. This is what they're saying. Given Canada's continued failure to arrest traffickers, seize illicit drugs, or coordinate with U.S. law enforcement in Canada's retaliation against the United States for the president's actions to address the unusual and extraordinary threat to America, further presidential action is necessary and appropriate to protect American lives and the national security, foreign policy of the United States. A release from the White House says. Canada has increased border patrols, cracked down on immigrations, 1% of fentanyl is coming in through Canada. There has been drug seizures actually too. So what is it that Canada hasn't done that the United States wants us to do that would still call for them to give us that tariff? Because if it wasn't what was, the potential statement that Canada might have for Palestinian statehood, it would have been something else. Would have been something else. The fact that, Mark Carney didn't send Donald Trump a gift basket on his birthday would have been something else. In a statement Friday, Canadian Chamber of Commerce Presidents Candace Lang described the Trump administration written justification for the tariffs baseless. The White House fact sheet should be called a factless sheet when it comes to basing trade decisions about Canada on fentanyl emergency, she said. More factless tariff turbulence does not advance North American economic security. Data from U.S. Custom and Border Protections and other agencies show only a fraction of fentanyl imports come from us. So hold out hope, Polyev says. Federal Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre says his party continues to hold out hope for a deal to end all U.S. tariffs on Canada, and that the Prime Minister should accept nothing short of an outcome that restores the state of affairs from before the trade war. So he had tweeted this out. Conservatives continue to hold out hope for a deal to end all U.S. tariffs on Canada. If he thinks that's going to happen, he hasn't been paying attention. That means zero tariffs on our steel, aluminum, softwood, autos, energy, agriculture, and everything else. That is the deal Canada had before. The Prime Minister should accept nothing short of that. We must stand our ground and put Canada first. Conservatives continue to stand ready to work with all parties to end these unjustified U.S. tariffs. We must also take back control of our economic future by breaking our dependence on the U.S. You see, by saying that, Trump will put tariffs on us. You can't say that. You can't. We call on the Liberals to repeal anti-development laws and cut taxes on work. The Carney government has already cut a whole bunch of taxes. Investment in home, blah, blah, blah. But here is where Mark Carney gets to brag. The great things he's doing for Canada. He's so proud of this. He's tweeting it out. He's highlighting it. He's holding it up. Look at the good I'm doing for Canadians. So Canada's new government is cutting costs for Atlantic Canadians and building one strong Canadian economy by lowering tolls on a bridge. Lower tolls and fares on PEI's Confederation Bridge and ferries starting today. And we'll get to that because I can't open up a Toronto Star article because they only let me have one free one every other year. But he talks about it right here. So we'll listen to what he has to say. But he had to tweet out an article from the Toronto Star that needs to have people pay for so that you're not behind a paywall to show how proud he is of what he's doing for us Canucks.
If we're going to build a stronger, more united economy, and we are doing that, we are going to need to make it more affordable to travel around this country for people and for businesses. And that's what we're doing today. As of August 1st, the day Angelo and his family are now leaving the island, Canada's new government is reducing the toll for all vehicles on the Confederation Bridge by more than half, from $25 to $20.
Yeah, that's going to help my life improve. You know, people with disabilities and stuff living in other parts of the country. Yeah, he just solved Canada. Now, I was wrong about Mark Carney. He just fixed Canada. It's done. We don't need to do anything else. Canada is fixed.
Yeah. And we're reducing the tariffs, the fares, by 50% for passengers, for vehicles, for commercial traffic on Eastern ferries, those Eastern ferries that are federally supported, and funding Marine Atlantic to reduce its passenger fares by 50% on both routes and freeze freight rates. So this is big, you know, it's big money. Combined, this is going to save users approximately $100 million. And that's $100 million and go back into our economy year after year. Savings that'll get funneled back into local businesses. That'll catalyze new investment and forge deeper connections.
And a little bit more of that from Global News. Tolls and fares drop for PEI's Confederation Bridge and ferries. It now costs less for drivers to cross the 12.9 kilometer long Confederation Bridge linking Prince Edward Island to Canada's mainland. Prime Minister Mark Carney announced this week that the toll on average will drop from $50 to $20 to cross the bridge. Which, you know what? I'm just spitballing here. All of this should be free. Should be free. You know, transportation, like transit and stuff like this should be free, because then that does actually help people, because $20 for a single trip is still a lot of money for a lot of people, and it still then restricts people on what they can and can't do. It should just be free. If you really want mobility in this country and people to get around and go to new jobs and go visit family or stores in other places and help the economy overall, it should be free. 1 million vehicles a year drive over the crossing, which opened in 1997, connecting the island to New Brunswick. The toll is only applied for vehicles leaving PEI. Yeah. It's like, oh shit, I went to PEI, but I don't have the $20 to leave. Damn it, that was the plan all along. Other federally supported ferry services in Eastern Canada are also seeing their things reduced, and just a little bit because I didn't know much about the Confederation Bridge, but yeah, 12.9 kilometers long. It's a huge ass bridge. It'd be scary. It'd be scary to be on there in certain weather conditions. And it probably gets closed a lot because of it. So for people who don't know what meters are, let's see, I think it says it here. A multi-span balance bridge, tension concrete. Most of the curved bridge is 40 meters, 131 feet above water. There is a 60-meter, 197-foot navigation span for ship traffic. The bridge rests on 62 piers that are, who cares? The bridge is, okay, no, where's the length? Where's the length? The speed limit on the bridge is 80 kilometers per hour, which is 50 miles per hour, and can vary with wind and traffic. I really get scared being halfway through that bridge and going that speed. Ah, here we go. So the 12.9 kilometer bridge, which is 8 miles. And it says here that daily traffic is about 4,000 people. So he's not, the thing is like, he's like, oh, this will improve the lives of so many people. But a lot of those people are repeat customers, you know, because they have to go back and forth for work and whatnot. It's not like these are unique usages of the million people or million travels across the bridge. They're not unique. There are a lot of repeat users. And so some people will save a lot of money, sure. But how is this helping the country? Really, it should just be free. It should be free. Free. Make it free. And then here, Mark Carney says, if you're reading this, you're probably saving money in taxes this year. On July 1st, we delivered our promise to cut taxes for the middle class so Canadians can keep more of their paycheck. Here's a snarky individual under that. No, I'm not saving. I live in dire poverty with disabilities. And you got rid of the carbon tax, which means I don't get the rebates. You've been making life worse for the most vulnerable in the country. Yeah, and the savings is something like $800 a year for a family. That doesn't help the overall picture. It's just, they're tossing us pennies and then wanting praise for making, you know, maybe one day suck a little less. But this isn't improving the lives of Canadians overall, but this is what they're bragging about because they've done nothing else concrete. They've done nothing that will actually, you know, make the material reality of Canadians better. You know, the cost of living hasn't been brought down. Affordability, housing hasn't been made easier. Our access to healthcare hasn't been made easy. Nothing material. They have nothing material to show except for pockets of people here and there that have benefited. And let's look at this. Health advocates shocked as Carney Liberals back away from pharmacare program. And this goes back to don't believe what Liberals say. Wait until you see what they do. And this is from CP24. Reproductive health advocates say the federal government's failure to commit funding pharmacare in all provinces and territories is leaving people with a lot of uncertainty and could create inequality across the country. This is really disappointing, honestly, says Liz Thompson, advocacy lead for Cover Contraception. It seems like they don't really know what they're going to do. The first phase of the Pharmacare Act, which was passed in the fall by the Liberals and NDP, calls for the government to fund it. It also calls on the government to study the best way to create universal pharmacare. The Trudeau government signed deals with BC and PEI and a couple other places. It also set aside a bunch of money. Health Minister Marjorie Michel was asked about the lack of new pharmacare negotiations with the provinces last week. She did not commit to getting the remaining deals done. It's a new government and we're in a new context and we have discussions with the provinces to see how we can support them, she said in a press conference in Fredericton. During the spring election campaign, the Liberals pledged in their platform to protect dental care and pharmacare, two critical services and key parts of strong public health care system that Pierre Poilievre would have cut. A spokesperson for Prime Minister Carney said in response to the question that a Liberal leader promised during the campaign that we wouldn't cut or abolish any existing deals. We said it. We said we wouldn't do it. That's incredibly disappointing and demonstrates a fundamental lack of leadership on the issue, said Tele Phillips, the chair founder of an organization. The government that's hyper-focused on the macro issues, and I worry that forgetting about everyday Canadians in the process. So, you know, it's I'm so shocked I could restart the heart of an elephant with this news. I think it's just... Really? They're shocked that Mark Carney would back away from this? Shocked. Uh-huh. I think, there. Those elephant hearts are started back up. I'm so shocked. Mm-hmm. You can never trust what liberals say. I was cutting him some slack. Wow. Did he ever take that back? Oh, let's see. Oh, no, that's not the docket amongst it. Okay, good. I only have 2 dockets left. One on provincial stuff and then other kind of random stories. So, let's see what people are saying in the SandBox first. Okay. Where are we? Let's see. People still talking about computers. Oh, what did you wish for your birthday, Soul Life? JK, our leaders are so weak. The world should just turn its back on America and tell Trump to stick it up his ass. I would love to see Canada move away from that. Like, that's the thing. I would love to see more things made in Canada. You know, have those type of businesses and stuff brought back to Canada. Actually have our own vaccine labs again. In case, you know, pandemics. That'd be nice. But, you know, just things that are made in Canada that are helping the Canadian economy and workers here. I'd like to see more of it. And I'd also like to see more trade negotiations with China instead of constantly trying to vilify them. No, let's work with them. Let's work more with the European Union. Let's work more with Mexico. Like, it's just, the United States is unreliable. We can't trust them for shit. We absolutely should be strengthening other trade relationships with other countries. Let's see. John Martinez PP needs to go back under the rock he crawled out from under. I'm very curious about how that by-election will go. We'll be touching a bit on it. With a conservative candidate, I'm like, I kind of like her. I kind of like her. Let's see. Which is rare. She's like the old-fashioned conservative, the traditional conservative that used to be like certain things. Well, we'll see when we get there. I still disagree with her probably on a lot of stuff, but she's still human. Let's see. Edgebox, what are taxes for? Roads and bridges, maybe? Yeah. Should be free to cross that bridge. John Martinez, better than Confederation Bridge than Tacoma Narrows Bridge that literally blew apart in a windstorm back in 1940. Yeah. Like, I wouldn't mind walking across it. I think that would be neat, but that's a long walk. I don't know. Like, there's a bridge that I go over in Hamilton, whenever I go to Hamilton, the Sky Bridge, which is just, I want to see the view on him because it goes up really high, and that bridge gets closed down quite regularly because of winds. And the thought of being like blown off that bridge, like, to me, I think like part of the reason why I find the idea of the Confederation Bridge scary is that you can be on it and not see land anywhere around you because you're so far from either shore. And if your car were to go over somewhere, how are they going to find you? Like, if something happens and there's an accident and you go over, and even if you survive the impact and stuff like that, how are they going to find you? Like, it's just, yeah, I don't know. There's something about that enormity of things. It's kind of like the idea of just floating on the ocean, knowing that, you know, it's you're really high above ground, really, and there's all this unknown just right under you and stuff. I don't know. It's something weird like that. The Wild West. When I visited PI, there was no bridge. I would like to visit PEI. I haven't been out east. I would like to go out east sometime. But I don't exactly vacation. Requires money. John Martinez, shit, I'm not ashamed to say I frequent food banks every month. I need to eat, and here we have over a dozen of them. I haven't needed a food bank in a while, but I might have to again in the near future. But I've used them plenty of times before. Just wish that there was a little bit more consistency because they're municipally run. So depending on the city, they'll have different requirements. And one of them a long time ago had a requirement that you had to volunteer a certain amount of hours every month in order to get food from there, which somebody suffering from mental health issues and not able to go out in public a lot, that was a big ask. Talking about dollar stores and stuff and COVID. John Davis, provincial stuff, another poo cop story, perhaps? Nah, nothing that fun. That was so funny. If you haven't seen it, I actually got around to clipping a few things. So go to my channel and you can check out clips from the last 2 live streams. Just a few of them. One was my prediction on how Jank would do at Jubilee. I don't think I was that far off. And but one was about the poo pigs. Provincial offenses officers. The acronym of poo. It was just fun to laugh at. And it was their reaction to it too. That's just like, you guys, you picked this. You picked the poo acronym. Own it. Own it. Oh. Let's see. And we have tons of dollar stores and stuff around here in Canada too. Most of them are Dollaramas. At one point it was things that were just $1, and then they've started to, partly because things were getting more expensive. John Martinez, I want to visit Ontario so freaking badly. Canada is such a beautiful place. There's so many beautiful places up here. The Canadian Shield, I love it up there. I've only been up there a couple times, but you can go to amethyst mines there, which is really cool. But the Canadian Shield, the Boreal Forest, the Rockies, yeah. I wish I could travel Canada far more than I have been able to. Like I said, I've never been to the East Coast, and some of the shoreline there in like Newfoundland and stuff, just absolutely gorgeous. Like I'd love to see far more of this country. The Wild West, I was 12 when I went to PEI. I had the tail of Hurricane Felix hit us on the ferry. Ooh, that would not be good. Okay, let's get back into it. So one of my frustrations with covering a lot of what I do, the politics and whatnot, is that I'll report a story and I like to, report accurate information to my audience. Weird like that. But sometimes things change so fucking quickly that it's like, all that work I put into making commentary on said thing and what I did and the docket and the minutes and time and everything counts for shit. Because last week I was talking about how Premier Doug Ford was going to work around the federal government to give more work permits to asylum seekers because he wasn't happy with the federal government. And I talked about that. Well, on Monday, Ontario Premier Doug Ford walked back his pledge to issue provincial work permits to asylum claimants. Here's a recap of the reversal.
It was a plain-spoken promise from Ontario's Premier.
I'm not waiting any longer. We're issuing work permits in Ontario for these folks to give back and contribute to society.
As the federal government processes hundreds of thousands of asylum seekers every year, Canada's premiers complained that work permits weren't being issued fast enough and that claimants are relying on provincially paid social services without having the chance to contribute back to the economy.
While your claim's being adjudicated, you either sit on a system of social benefits or you have the ability to work.
But Ford's declaration that Ontario was ready to issue work permits on its own is now being walked back.
My comments about work permitting, I don't want to take the responsibility off the federal government.
It's unclear what
he just doesn't want to take the responsibility. It's a case of Doug Ford saying something and then realizing, oops, yeah, that's bad. I couldn't, okay, got it.
Changed here, but Ford suggested the province could have been hit with additional costs, all downloaded by the federal government. That and a fair amount of public pushback seemed to convince the Premier.
And I've had a few phone calls about, I'm not handing out work permits to every Tom, Dick, and Harry. It's just not happening.
Critics of the government say the reversal is a result of the Premier straying away from provincial matters.
Premier Ford needs to focus on what he is responsible for.
The Premier argues with taxpayer dollars on the line, it's firmly within the provincial purview. At Queen's Park, Colin DeMello, Global News.
And then for some reason it just goes to a black screen for over 2 minutes. Anyway, yeah. So just Doug Ford has this habit of just wanting to be so boisterous and boasting or whatnot, so grandiose that he'll say things before he realizes he can't do certain things or he's not supposed to and whatnot. And so, yeah, just it was like that's a non-story. Like if I could go back in time and erase it, it's a moot point. And now if there's somebody that watches that live stream and not this live stream, they'll still be thinking, well, Doug Ford is doing said thing. So, again, I'm so shocked I could start the heart of an elephant. New government spending data released today. Ford spends more but delivers less. Still on pace for a $500 billion debt by 2027, 28, the consequences. So T-Dot resident just saying, Doug Ford just went in front of TV cameras and said how he agrees with Mark Carney's approach of shrinking government, while he is spending more and taking on more debt than any premier in history. So Ford lacks the fiscal firepower to stimulate our economy and help the 695,000 people in Ontario who can't find a job. And this is from Stephanie Bowman. She is the MPP for Don Valley West. So provincial politician. Let's hear what she has to say about this.
Today, the FAO released its Q4 spending report, and it confirms what the government predicted in its late spring budget. They continue to spend more, borrow more, and deliver less. The FAO estimates that the province has spent $17 billion, or 8.1% more than they spent just in the previous year. Isn't it ironic that the premier, who brags about balancing the books, running the province like a business, is the premier who can't balance his own budget, and is the premier who is promising to take Ontario's debt to a record level of $500 billion. So now, as we face economic pressures from the U.S., the government finds itself with very little room to do what it said it would do and protect Ontario. 695,000 people are without work, including 202,000 young people. This government promised 300,000 manufacturing jobs, but have only delivered 1,800. They don't have a plan to protect Ontario, which means they are really failing it.
And you see, a lot of this was kind of known before the last provincial election. That asshole still got elected in, thanks in part to Donald Trump and the whole 51st state stuff. And Doug Ford saying, it's going to be Canada first. Canada, or the AmCam thing that he was doing. Canada first. Always Canada first. Well, you know, unless it's America corporations first. So this is from City News. Industry group urges Ford to cancel $140 million contract awarded to U.S. firm. So what's all this speak about, you know, keeping jobs here in Ontario, keeping it in the economy here in Ontario? Huh? What's all that about? Really? Really? So questions are being raised about a major construction contract tied to Ontario's largest hospital project after U.S.-owned company was awarded a $140 million contract. The Trillium Health Partnership, now blah, 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 the Ontario Glass and blah, blah, blah. With everything that's been going on with the American tariff situation, it's just really, really poor timing, says Association President Blake Sanders, especially after U.S. tariffs on Canadian goods were raised to 35%. When it comes to America government contracts, they have a clause in them called BABA. That's Build America, Buy America. That is attached to pretty much every single American government-funded contract. Why do we not have the same in Canada? We should absolutely have that in Canada. We should be putting Canada first. Yeah, no. Ontario Liberal leader, I don't care what Bonnie Crombie really has to say. But yeah, no, let's spend $140 million, taxpayer dollars, Canadian taxpayer dollars, on an American corporation. And it's not the first time that he has made American corporations the recipient of our money. There was also the whole Starlink thing with Elon Musk. How he's going to spend $100 million to get high-speed internet to some people. And then he said he was going to roll it back because Elon Musk and the election stuff was happening. And then he said, okay, maybe not. And then he said he will. But now he will. And this is just really grating because Ford government agrees to fee canceling $100 million deal with Elon Musk's Starlink. So because he went for this American corporation in the first place, which was a horrendous deal, and I covered it at the time, it was like something like $6,666 per Starlink, which was, you know, considering that if an individual were to buy it, it'd be $500. So it was a shit deal to begin with anyway. It was just to line the pockets of Elon Musk. So that was a deal that should have never happened in the first place. So now they're stepping out of it costing a fee. So now Ontario taxpayer money is just being shoveled to Elon Musk with nothing in return. It is just money straight to Elon Musk for nothing. I'm glad it got canceled, but how much was it? Well, we don't know. We do not know. And I think if we did know, people would be pissed off.
At the very beginning of the snap election campaign, as U.S. President Donald Trump threatened tariffs and Doug Ford promised protection, came a pledge from all parties to take on Elon Musk, Trump's then right-hand man.
President Trump is the only person to be blamed. Maybe Elon Musk can call his buddy, and this is one of the ramifications.
The $100 million Starlink deal would have brought high-speed satellite internet to 15,000 homes and businesses in remote regions of Ontario. After nearly 6 months, Ontario has officially canceled the contract and paid a break fee that the government refuses to disclose.
Yeah. It's probably really high. So we're probably spending tens of millions of dollars. Again, it's just money going straight to Elon with nothing in return. This was such a shit deal to begin with, and the idea that, ooh, Doug Ford is a businessman, he'll know how to run Ontario. Oh my God, he is the worst businessman ever. I think only next to Trump, like really, when it comes to really shitty deals.
I can confirm that the Premier has fulfilled his word, which is to cancel that contract because of the very reasons he's cited in the past.
Getting out of the deal appears to have taken some finessing. Global News has learned the government initially planned to table the Starlink Cancellation Act in the spring to shield the province from a potential lawsuit. But government sources say the province negotiated with Musk's SpaceX instead.
So they settled out of court,
reaching a deal that leaves Ontario taxpayers on the hook.
We have canceled the contract and we're ongoing work to figure out a Canadian alternative.
The question was about how much money we're paying Starlink.
I can confirm we've canceled the contract at this point.
Critics.
But how much money? I can confirm the contract has been canceled, but how much money was it? Contract canceled, but how much was it? I said we canceled the contract. It's taxpayers' money. We have the right to know what is happening with it.
Are calling for more transparency.
That if the government went into a contract with their eyes wide open about the consequences of canceling, they've got to now live with those consequences.
Meanwhile, the deal with SpaceX keeps the door open to future contracts. The question remains, what happens to the homes and businesses that continue to go without internet?
So next, do Therm Spa, another foreign corporation that's getting hundreds of bazillion dollars to take up public land, public parks, which is happening with Wasaga Beach right now. One of the biggest, it's the biggest freshwater beach in the world, public, that he's trying to make private. Oh, right. I wanted to mention about the Confederation Bridge because, those sneaky liberals. My suspicion is they're going to privatize it. They're lowering it so that they can brag about it, but then they're going to privatize it. That's my sneaking suspicion. That's why they're doing it. They're not doing it for any other reason other than it's making it easy to sell it off. And then, who knows who that money would be going to. That is my theory. Bookmark this. Because anything that the liberals like to brag about, there's usually a caveat. And I'm fairly certain they're planning on privatizing it. And meanwhile, so we've just spent bazillion dollars canceling a contract, having an American company get a contract. Meanwhile, what's happening here? It should be illegal in Canada that patient medical data can be accessible to the U.S. government. Yes, it should. Canadians' health data at risk of being handed over to U.S. authorities, experts warns. What's the worst that could happen? Canadian electronic health records need more protections to prevent foreign entities from accessing patient data, according to commentary in the Canadian Medical Association Journal. Canada privacy law is badly outdated, said Michael Geis, law professor at Canada Research Chair in Internet and E-commerce law, blah, blah, blah. We're now talking about decades since the last major change. Geis says the electronic medical record system from clinics and hospitals containing patients' personal information are often controlled by U.S. companies. The data is encrypted and primarily stored on cloud servers in Canada, but because those are owned by American companies, they are subject to American laws. Don't need to go over the rest of the article, but really, again, let's keep it in Canada. How about that? Also, I don't like Michael Geis, and he talks a lot in this article. I don't like him. He's. I don't like him for reasons. And he's also a fan of like, oh, AI can be good. No, not the way that we're going to use it. So yeah, no, let's not hand Americans our healthcare information. How about that? But also, on a more provincial level, for 75 days, this government knew that over 200,000 home care patients had their personal health information breached and didn't let them know. So again, what would be the issue with having all these Americans have access to our healthcare information? What could go wrong? Really, what could possibly go wrong?
And we need to know, for those 75 days, that 10 weeks after the government found out that they had suffered a cybersecurity incident and that personal health information had been compromised, what were they doing and why weren't they doing the right thing? And if it is, as I suspect, intentionally deceitful, then people need to be held accountable for that. And I'll be looking for that. And we need to know.
The idea of anybody being held accountable in this government is laughable. Like, all the things that Doug Ford has already done and has gotten off scot-free. CBC News, data breach may have exposed 200,000 home care patients to information, says Ontario Liberals. Ontario's privacy commissioners and blah, blah, blah. The incident may have exposed that many people. If exposed, this data can lead to identity theft, insurance fraud, discrimination, stigmatization, phishing, and blackmail, the news release said. And this is for people who, again, at home care patients, a lot of the most vulnerable people now have their information just easily attainable by, fraudsters and scammers and spammers and stuff. Like, it's just, Canada isn't keeping up with this digital age. It's not like it's new or anything. It's not like we couldn't see this coming, but no, like, there needs to be better protections against these type of breaches, because at some point, everyone has been part of some sort of breach with their government information. I was caught up in one a long time ago for college records. Like, it's just, there needs to be far more security than what we're doing. And it's just the fact that all of this healthcare information, all of this, that just makes it vulnerable people more vulnerable to attacks is disgusting. And also here in Ontario, again, hundreds of millions of dollars going to American corporations while our health care is falling apart. This next story is really devastating. Viewer discretion. Global News, Ontario family sues hospital staff over son's death.
Yeah, it's Coronation Park, I think.
16 years old, a son, an older brother, and loyal friend. Finley Vanderwerken's life is now a collection of memories closely guarded by his parents.
I still hear his laughter. We do what we can to keep his memory alive, but we miss him so much.
In early February of 2024, a migraine kept Finley home from school, but his condition got worse.
He was crying out in pain a lot. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew it was not normal. So I drove as fast as I could.
Hazel took her son to Oakville Trafalgar Memorial Hospital just outside of Toronto. She says he would not see a doctor for hours despite telling the nurses Finley was not doing well.
When I went up at 3 in the morning, they said, well, we only have one doctor. But there's another one coming in at 4. I don't know where that one doctor was.
Finley was triaged at almost exactly 10 o'clock, and he wasn't actually seen by a physician until 6:22 in the morning.
According to the statement of claim about what happened that morning, the doctor said Finley was experiencing sepsis pneumonia with hypoxia, and he was at high risk for acute deterioration. His oxygen levels, which hospital records show had been dropping throughout the night, were a concern.
I remember just saying to Finley, Finley, we got to get, we're looking at this screen that's got his oxygen saturation. I'm like, we have to get it up. And his breathing was so shallow by this point. And he said, I can't do deep breaths. It hurts too much. I said, you got to try.
Finley eventually needed to be intubated and also suffered a cardiac arrest. Finley was taken to Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto, but it was too late, as he was then in hypotensive shock.
We had to make the decision to take Finley off life support.
Or risk that the situation would escalate even more and he would wake up and die in a lot of pain.
After Finley died, hospital staff did meet with the family to review what happened. In a written statement, officials said, like many hospitals, we are seeing more patients presenting with increasingly complex health conditions and comorbidities.
Why is that? Just back that up a bit so it's there. So this is most likely a result of COVID. I don't know about this particular case, but we're going to see more of this. So in a time when we need more funding in hospitals and staff and doctors, this province is cutting it. Despite the fact that a lot more people will be in need of going to ERs, of medical care and all that sort of stuff. And it's most likely a result of COVID. So again, it's not like we didn't see this coming. We knew that this was a possible result of it, of the constant repeated infections of COVID, the fact that COVID is still going on. And so instead of beefing up our healthcare system, instead of learning the lessons from the pandemic, this province continues to cut healthcare in order to privatize it. And then this is the result. This was a preventable death. This child could still be here if he was seen faster. It's just, it's scary. I know Americans live this all the time, but the idea of being in medical crisis, going to the hospital, and just sitting there and not being seen, it's in a country this wealthy that loves to brag about its healthcare system and how that separates us from the Americans. It's just, this is, yeah.
Increasingly complex health conditions and comorbidities. This places significant demand on our emergency departments, patient flow, bed availability, and the patient experience. The family has since launched a lawsuit alleging in part the healthcare team failed to monitor Finley, have appropriate protocols in place for his treatment, or inform the family of the true nature of his condition.
The experts are quite clear and unequivocal that this was a treatable condition, and had he been treated promptly, there is no doubt in my mind that he would still be here today. He was triaged as a second highest level in triage, and the guidelines say that 95% of the time they should be seen within 15 minutes.
The hospital says they are making changes to track data more closely, refining their on-call coverage criteria protocols, and implementing other tools and working groups to improve patient flow and communication. But the family wants more awareness so something like this never happens again.
But we feel that we have been let down and we cannot trust the medical system as it is right now.
Catherine Ward, Global News.
Yeah, just absolutely devastating story. It shouldn't be like this. You know, our healthcare should have been improving over the past 30 years. Instead, it's been getting worse. Oh, because of rich fucks who are running the government. We're going to switch over now to Alberta. What's happening there? Oh, I still find this a little funny that the petition to keep Alberta in Canada can start rolling out, says Electoral Office. So there was a group that wanted to make a petition in Alberta to separate from Canada, even though for many, many reasons, like I've already said, even if the petition were to go through and they had the referendum and Alberta was like, yes, we want to separate, they can't. Like, it's a hard no, they can't do it. But before they got that petition together, another group came in and said, well, we're going to make a petition saying we want to be part of Canada. And that petition got through first. And there's certain rules about petitions that you can't have two contradictory petitions going on. I thought that was just kind of funny, but a little bit more on the progress of that.
Elections Alberta has issued a former Conservative MLA's petition to prevent Alberta from separating. Thomas Lukaszik's Alberta Forever Canada petition.
And so this is a Conservative too, so, you know, not all of them have lost their minds.
Petition asks, do you agree that Alberta should remain in Canada? Elections Alberta says the petition must get nearly 294,000 eligible signatures by October 28th for the question to be considered in a referendum. Only registered canvassers can collect signatures. Earlier this week, a competing question was sent to a judge to make sure it does not violate the Constitution. The proposed question is whether people agree with Alberta becoming a sovereign country and ceasing to be a province in Canada. Elections Alberta says a decision on that application has not been made as it's before the courts.
And so a little bit more from Thomas, the person who has put this through. So he tweeted out, Danielle Smith and Justice Minister aren't happy that our pro-Canadian unity referendum question was approved by Elections Alberta, but the separatist question was referred to court. Register at forevercanadian.ca, which is this site. And if you're in Alberta, I'll toss this in the SandBox. Just please remind me to do that before I close this docket. But let's listen.
Fellow Albertans, one of the fundamental pillars of our democracy is the independence of our legislative officers, such as the Auditor General or Elections Alberta, and the independence of our courts. That is what sets us apart from banana republics. Those institutions are supposed to keep our government to account. However, yet again today, not only our Premier but also our Justice Minister have decided to interfere with Elections Alberta. They are not happy with a decision that Elections Alberta has made on the application filed by separatists. Now, this matter is before the courts, so our Premier and our Justice Minister are also interfering with the independence of courts. That is simply unacceptable. Whether you believe in separatism or whether you support us, Forever Canadian, you should not be allowing for this interference to occur. That is not how democratic societies work, and that is not what Alberta is all about.
And so I will toss this into the SandBox. I just need to go here so you don't see some of my history. Because in Firefox, when you just click on the bar, all of a sudden you see all these things that you were just doing. You know, here's your private email account for everyone to see. There you go. So if you're in Alberta, please take a look at that. But speaking of Conservatives that haven't completely lost their minds, so there's the election going on in Battle River Crowfoot for the seat of the MP there that Pierre Poilievre is running for in hopes that he can get a seat again and remain as leader of the Conservative Party. And this is only part of it. I'm kind of curious to go and watch the whole debate, but, you know, spoons just weren't available. So here's a couple clips, and we're going to be hearing from Bonnie Critchley. I showed some of what she said before on this channel, and she's a conservative. I'm like, I kind of like her. Like, she's probably pro-cop. She's pro, like, oils and tar sands and stuff, so major disagreements there, but she comes across as actually, like, sincere about the people, about her town, wanting to do better. She just has more conservative views when it comes to economics and things of that sort. But I think what separates her from a lot of other conservatives is she doesn't come across as hateful, which is a really weird but needed distinction these days. But just a little bit of what she has to say.
Well, first off, I want to pull everybody's attention to the fact that Monsieur Poilievre totally skipped the accountability portion of the government accountability question. But carrying on, I do appreciate that he reiterated my point about immigration and not the Canadian government not accepting the governments and the qualifications of people. However, healthcare is provincial. I hate to say it. I want to help. I want to fix it. It's provincial. I personally would love to see it go federal, because I've gone province to province to province with my job, and suddenly the things I can do in Alberta, I can't do in Saskatchewan. I can't do in BC. I can't do in New Brunswick. I would like to see it come back provincial so that we do not have individuals such as Miss Smith completely selling us out.
Ooh, conservative calling out Danielle Smith for the shitty job she's doing in healthcare. And I too would kind of like to see healthcare go federal so that, you know, we get equal service across the board regardless of which province you're in, and you don't have to worry about some fucking conservative undermining the Canadian Healthcare Act. True, if we had a federal conservative government, we run into some problems, but to me, it just makes sense because right now there is a lot of arguing between, oh, what is provincial jurisdiction versus what is federal jurisdiction, because it is joint right now. So a lot of the money for healthcare comes from the federal government, but the federal government can also say things like medical assistance in dying is now legal. Provinces, you have to implement it. So it's not exclusively provincial. It's not exclusively federal. It's provincially ran. And so it's on to the province to figure out how to dole it out. And they've been doing a shitty job of it. And really, the federal government needs to be cracking down on it, because all this privatization that's happening is not supposed to be happening under the Healthcare Act. But the federal government ain't doing shit about it. A little bit more from her.
Critchley. Good evening, everybody. I would like to echo Grant's comments, thanking the Chamber of Commerce for putting this together and allowing us to have this time to discuss things all in one place without any spin or tall tales told. Myself, I am running as an independent. I don't have a party because I firmly believe that party politics are damaging the Canadian politiscape.
I agree.
We are not American. We are not a two-party system. And while I may have run as a centrist with conservative leanings, I firmly believe that the Conservative Party of Canada has lost its way, and I fully intend on standing up for my neighbors. When our previous guy sells us out to let the guy from Ottawa come in, that is not right.
I like being very direct, saying, yeah, the conservative that we just voted in, well, he ended up with a lobbying job. Not shocking. And he stepped down so that Pierre Poilievre could run in his place. And she's kind of seeing that as a betrayal, as she should. Pierre Poilievre lost. He needs to get over it. Like, he lost. What about all that merit stuff that they keep on talking about?
I firmly believe that we need somebody here who understands our local issues, who understands the issues of right to repair, who understands that we do need proper oil sands development.
See, she's in favor of the oil sands. I'm not. And we would have major disagreements there.
Yes, I saw you there. I'm well aware where you are. We do need proper oil sands development. We need proper investment towards our farmers, and we need the federal government to wake up and pay attention outside the western border of Ontario. So that is who I am, and that is what I am here for. I am here to stand up only for my neighbors. My voice, your words. I don't have anything else to say.
I really kind of hope she wins. And just one last clip from her when she went on to the breakdown. I would love to get her onto my channel, but I have no idea how to reach out to her. So just a little bit more from her.
It seems like you're not a fan of the U.S.
Oh, and the breakdown is also fairly left-leaning. Like they're fairly progressive in their coverage of stuff. And so, you know, again, she, like I said, she's a conservative that still seems not hateful, you know, is grounded in some sort of principles, wants the best, even though we would disagree on how that happens. She wouldn't end up hating me or think I should die because I'm non-binary.
It seems like you're not a fan of the U.S. politics. I'm guessing you're not one of the 51st staters.
No. There is a tattoo on my chest I got the day after I came out of Afghanistan of a maple leaf. I've buried far too many people, friends, underneath a Canadian flag to ever be a separatist. As for a 51st stater, no, I will be one of the first ones to step up and take my place in the line should they try to come north or try to take us from within.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I really hope she does well. But unfortunately, as I was covering before, there's the Long Ballot Initiative. And David Dole did a video on it. I also spoke about it. How, like, I'm not necessarily against the Longest Ballot Initiative. It's a protest, and basically it just puts like hundreds, and I do mean hundreds of names on a ballot to protest the first past the post system we had. But since she's running as an independent, that means that all these other names that they put on the ballot that will be listed as independents, she can get lost in the noise. And so for this particular election, it could do a lot more harm than, well, it's not like it ever did good. It's just trying to bring attention to an issue, but it could actually harm her chances as people might not notice her as much on the ballot. So it's very disappointing to see that, you know, pick and choose your protests. You know, you don't have to do it every time. And sometimes, you know, you just pick your battles, and this isn't a good one. So I hope she does well because she actually seems to care. But earlier I was mentioning about, you know, how Keir Starmer released a statement on Palestine. And then Mark Carney had a conversation with him and basically said, "Can I steal your homework?" Well, the healthcare here in Ontario sucks, and Doug Ford does a lot of things to distract from how horrible the healthcare is, and the situation here is here in Ontario. Well, the same thing is happening in Alberta. Like everything there just kind of really sucks right now when it comes to healthcare and all this sort of stuff. And Bonnie Crumby was, you know, rightfully picking on Danielle for, you know, the whole separatist stuff and whatnot. Well, apparently Danielle Smith said to Doug Ford, "Hey, can I steal your homework?" So this is from the breakdown. Alberta, visitation in hospitals is being limited because measles is running unchecked. They have the worst outbreak in the world right now. Worse than in the United States is in Alberta. Healthcare is burning down. Danielle Smith, quick. Okay, but oh my God, have you heard about the bike lanes? Doug Ford was all about bike lanes. Yeah. Writing laws to override municipalities to take out bike lanes he didn't like. And Danielle Smith is looking at that like, ooh, I'm going to try that. And so she had tweeted out, "All municipal governments have a duty to move traffic swiftly and efficiently across their cities. We shouldn't be removing roads to create bike lanes if that means slowing down our transportation networks and adding people's daily commutes. I appreciate Minister Devin Deshani's leadership on this matter." Well, Only it's been proven that the bike lanes are beneficial to communities. It gets more people active and healthy and cleaner air. And sometimes it's faster to get around on bike in cities than it is. And as somebody who is a driver, I will admit that some of the places they've put it around this municipality that I live in kind of suck. And it's only partly because I was already used to certain roads being a certain way and stuff. And so some of them have become one direction and all that sort of stuff. And some of them are kind of cramped and on really stupid hills and whatnot. But anyway, I'll deal with it. I'll get by. If I can't drive down one street, I'll drive down another fucking street. It's important that people have safe places to bike. And I feel like having a bike infrastructure works. So it's really funny because here is how it's going in Ontario with the idea. So she's copying the notes of Doug Ford without looking at what comes next, which is this.
Well, the Ford government appears to have been caught off guard, Tracy, by how far-reaching this decision actually is. An Ontario judge has told the government that it is not allowed to remove or even alter the existing bike lanes here along Bloor Street, those along University Avenue and on Yonge Street, or else it could be found in violation of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
Yeah. Oh, that hurts my ear hole after a while. Yeah. So Danielle Smith looking at that like, ooh, I want to do that. That looks good. Is that a good distraction? Without looking at the next part, which is like, it could be against our Charter of Rights and Freedoms to do that for, provinces to supersede municipalities and all that. Yeah, problems. Okay, I'm going to close this docket. I have one last docket to go to. Small docket. The odds and ends docket that I leave for the end. But before I do that, let's check the SandBox. Just heard my cat make a weird noise. Is everyone okay? Oh, no, there you are. I see 1, 2. Linear's probably fine. Yeah, you're okay. Frodo is at the door. Frodo, are you going to come here? See, I'm petting Abernathy. It's safe for you to come here. Safe for you to come here, Frodo. People want to see your beautiful face. He has a weird lump on his neck. And I took him to the vet about it, and they just said that it's basically like a really big Z and stuff like that, and it's gotten really big and gross looking, and it had ruptured once, but now it's like refilled, and it's really gross and stuff, and I'm like worried about like puncturing it, and ugh. But I don't like it just staying there either, and it's been there for, anyway, TMI. Okay, fine, come on up. Abernathy will say hi. There we go. Say hi to everyone, Abernathy. Down you go. Checking the SandBox. And talking about Trump moving the subs, yeah. Not good. Let's start a new Cold War with somebody. I still remember Hillary Clinton saying during one of the debates, do you really want this man to have his finger on the nuclear button? In the Wild West, just saying distract from Epstein with nuclear war. Total sane genius. Yeah. John Martinez, LOL. Anyone who expects Ford to do for his province, haha. I have a bridge to sell you in New York to sell you. Well, I have a Confederation bridge in New Brunswick and PEI to sell you, probably in the very near future. Flow Snake, and I really hope releases of Epstein Dirt Soul Life, yeah. Getting cat hair on my tongue. I think the only way we'll find out about what the Epstein files is if somebody leaks it. Somebody hacks it. You know, if all of our medical data can be, released accidentally and hacked and all, then we should be able to get those. I'm just saying. Lots of people need to be going to jail for so many different things. It's just, it's after the Iraq War, I think, was a very good indication of what was about to happen without anyone being held accountable for, the atrocities committed by the American government there, the war crimes committed and whatnot. And then even closer to what happened January 6th, the attempted insurrection in the Capitol, and nobody was held accountable. And in fact, everyone who was held accountable on the ground level have all been pardoned. Horrible, horrible people have been pardoned. If any one of those people have been held accountable along the way, then, the United States wouldn't be fascistic right now. But it's when horrible people don't get held accountable for doing horrible things that, what happens? It escalates. Like toddlers getting what they want every time they have a temper tantrum. It doesn't make the temper tantrum stop. It makes them get worse. And, I think both the American government, Canadian government, long time ago established that there's no consequences for just doing everything you're not allowed to or supposed to do. So, okay, go ahead and do it then, if you're not going to be held accountable. And we see that with Doug Ford. Like, oh my God, the amount of things that Doug Ford should be held accountable for right now, that's just not happening. Hello, Pitchfork Dragon. I don't want to know what the steel underwear is for. Pitchfork Dragon says, Gnome's trying to steal my underwear. I suppose it's worse things that could be happening. If that's the worst thing that's happening in your day, you're probably pretty good off. In state of the world, if that's the worst thing, yeah, you're pretty good. Flow Snake, seriously, this is why all health services need redundancy, spare capacity. We've had nasty stories like this in the UK too, due to cutbacks. In one famous case, it was just a kid's asthma attack, talking about the child that died. Yeah. It's just so heartbreaking. Canadian socialist, the amount of times I nearly quit my job nursing in Ontario is so much worse since COVID. Yeah. Like COVID should have taught us that we need to bulk up the system, beef up the system, and instead Doug Ford has just been cutting and privatizing, and I'm scared to go to the hospital. I've had to go to the hospital a couple times, and luckily it was for nothing serious, but still hours upon hours upon hours in there in the emergency rooms. Like literally you have people thinking to yourself, oh, okay, if I go to the emergency room, I'm probably there at a minimum 8 hours. And do I really want to go to the emergency room when it's probably going to be nothing? And it's the one time that you say, oh, well, it's probably nothing, that it's something. Like, that's kind of the nice thing about this universal health care, is that if there is something that you're worried it could be something bad, you can go to Emerge or something and just make sure. Because the one time it might be, but if every time you go and you have to wait 8 hours and it turns out it's nothing serious, then the next time it's kind of like the healthcare system that cried wolf. Your body cried wolf so many times, and then finally you just don't go, and that's when your body gives up. Canadian Socialist, it's unfortunate Bonnie has to run independently instead of as conservative. At least then, you know, if she ran as conservative, she'd win. Like if she could run under the conservative banner, she'd definitely win, because it's that riding voted conservative by 80%. But no, because PP needs his job back. That's the thing. He's still getting paid so much fucking money to not even be an MP, because he's still the leader of the party. It's gross. And then he talks about other people leeching off the system. Meanwhile, he's living in a, you know, taxpayer funded mansion with servants and everything. Is it a birthday month? Other people have well, every month is a birthday month. Just talking about more birthdays, I think. And Canadian Socialist also saying, honestly, she's kind of like a prairie liberal. We hope she wins, or at least embarrasses Pierre damagingly. Like, even if Pierre wins, but he only gets like 40% of the vote because, you know, first past the post. Let's just say come the next leadership convention, he's not getting far. And the next leadership convention for the Conservatives is coming up. So I don't know if he would have to step down right away if he loses, but he should. Oh, what I would give right now for a nice piece of birthday cake with icing. Gooey birthday cake with like really good icing on it. Oh my God, right now, that would just be amazing. I'm horrible at cooking, but I'm fairly decent at baking though. Like I can bake a cake and stuff and follow the instructions for that. You know, I burn everything I cook for meals and whatnot. But I've been generally pretty good at like baking cakes or cookies and stuff by following instructions. Which is part of why I don't get them too much. Etchbox saying, come on, Anonymous. Yeah. I'm sure if they could get the Epstein files, they will. Flow Snake, I don't think Anonymous are anonymous anymore. I mean, they've become more anonymous, which is why I never hear about Anonymous. Or Anonymous are calling themselves Sith more anonymous than anonymous. The anonymous account on Twitter, I have a strong suspicion is Canadian. Just given what they message about. Pitchfork Dragon saying it's Soul Light's birthday and his boss was a dick about it. I would take my birthday off of work whenever I could because I couldn't stand having people wish me a happy birthday because I actually despise my birthday. So I tried to get around it. And I also hated that on your birthday, you had to bring in treats for the office. So even though I wasn't there the day of, I still had to, drop treats off. And then there was always that one person in the office that was keeping track of everyone's birthday, make sure that the card would go around and everyone would sign it so that everyone knew it was your birthday, even though I didn't want people to know it was my birthday. I don't know if any of you have picked up on the fact that none of you know my birthday, because I've never advertised it. I'm not one of the people who will be like, ooh, here's my birthday stream and stuff of that sort, because I don't like celebrating it. But, I could just get random birthday cakes and be happy. Yeah, usually on my birthday, I like to be left alone and I'll go to a movie or something. Okay, why don't we get into the last docket? There's not too much more to go over, and then we can just chill and chat. And I might go get some chocolate. Or cookies. I have some cookies. They were on sale. But I don't like eating on camera. So last week it was brought up, and I just found it interesting that there's an article about it this week, talking about rent fixing, because we're talking about rent and cost of living here in Ontario, as I tend to, and how that's gone up. And then I remembered that I did cover it way back when, but I didn't remember the details about a company that was price fixing rents here in Canada, because there was that big story in the States, and around the same time, turns out Canada was also involved. Well, here's an article that just came out about it. Proposed class action lawsuit accuses companies of price fixing rents in Canada. A proposed class action lawsuit alleges, and this is CBC, a proposed class action lawsuit alleges more than a dozen landlords and property managers have conspired to artificially inflate rents across Canada. The suit claims landlords and property managers did it by using software called YieldStar. That should ring bells for people who remember this story. The move comes after the U.S. Department of Justice filed a similar lawsuit against Real Page Incorporation, the Texas-based company that created YieldStar. Real Page says it has filed a motion to dismiss the DOJ's lawsuits, alleging antitrust, blah, blah, blah. And so, this is just, I want to get back to saying rents don't need to be fixed. We don't need a cap on rent. They need to be reduced. People have been ripped off too much for too many years. Like the amount of rent I was paying, if you go back like 15 years to what it is now, it doesn't make logical sense how much it has gone up compared to like wages and things of that sort. And there's so many people here in Ontario, 80,000 people were in tent encampments last year because rent is just not affordable. It needs to go down. We need socialized housing. Just, take the money. Take the land, do the eminent domain. This is a crisis we're in after all. Just all these empty homes that are left as investments, all the Airbnbs should just be snatched up by the government and made into socialized housing. I am that much of a commie, yes. But for people who might be interested to know in Canada if you're affected by it, these are the 15 companies named in the proposed suit. Real Page, Quadrille Property, West Corp Property, First Service Residential Management, GWL Realty Advisors, M&R Property Management, Raspberry Property Management, Hollyburn Properties, Canadian Apartment Properties, Dream Unlimited. That does not sound like a rental corporation. Woodbourne Capital Management, Rycon Real Estate, Choice Properties Real Estate, Tricon Residential Associated Property Management. So if you're part of one of those, you might want to plug into the story because, yeah, justice for renters, that would be nice. Cynthia Black, the main plaintiff in the proposed class action lawsuit, lives in a building in Toronto owned by GWLRA. When she discovered earlier the year that they were using YieldStar, she thought little of it, but that changed when she heard about the FBI investigation of RealPage, which alleged the company involved in collusion. So she just says, I want justice for renters. I want the software and other software like it to be banned in Canada. I want retribution for what has already been lost. Yeah. So many people have lost money because of this. Meanwhile, so from the Broadbent Institute, they're just saying new. Fair Tax Canada report, Executive Director Jared Walker argues that revenues generated from tackling Canada's tax haven problems means Carney cuts to public services are unnecessary choice. And then podcast is available. So all these cuts that he's doing to our public services, the tens of thousands of jobs that are about to be lost, more so than under any conservative government, could be paid for if we go after tax havens. And somebody was just quote tweeting saying, if I told you there was $15 billion a year in federal tax revenue on the table, and all the Carney government had to do was implement a policy 92% of the Canadian public supports. Yeah, because here's the thing. Mark Carney was a banker who set up these tax havens, who supports these tax havens. Could it possibly be bankers? Yeah, of course. It's just so frustrating that there's so many ways that this government can get money, like taxing the wealthy more, going after these tax havens and stuff. But instead, nah, we need to cut the public service jobs. And meanwhile, it means that we're about to have our first trillionaire. David Dole actually did a video on this earlier, and I had this already saved and queued up. But apparently there's a website that can help you comprehend numbers, because it's really hard for us to wrap our heads around how big these numbers are. And so Global Eye News is just saying Elon Musk is now officially worth 405.6 billion, projected to become the world's first trillionaire by 2027. And so sometimes what people do is they break it down in ways to help you understand how big these numbers are. And this really does help. So somebody just saying, so Bring Back Banjo says, to fully grasp how big a trillion actually is, 1 million seconds is 11 days. 1 billion seconds is 31 years. 1 trillion seconds is 31,709 years. There's something deeply evil about the idea of a trillionaire actually existing. I'll say it again. Same with the rents and seizing property. I am fine with the government going in to all these billionaires and just taking 90% of their wealth. Call me a social commie like that, but I think they should. Because if you take 90% of the wealth, and I'm not talking about money they're making, I'm just saying take their fucking wealth. If you take away 90% of what a billionaire has, do you know how their life changes at the end of it? It doesn't. They still have millions upon millions and hundreds of $1 million. Like, they're still going to be just fine. Nothing in the quality of their life changes. And meanwhile, they keep on hoarding this money up top, while the people are suffering, going to food banks, losing their homes, struggling to keep their head above water with bills and everything and can't afford education, can't afford medical care and all this sort of stuff. All of this is happening. Well, just a handful of people become billionaires and soon to be trillionaires. And part of the reason why Elon Musk is becoming a trillionaire is because of, things like Doug Ford shoveling Ontario taxpayer money his way. All this government money that should be going back to taxpayers is instead going to Elon. And it's not just about that. There's so many other ways that Elon has benefited from government money. You take away 90% of his wealth, his life is just fine. It really is. But spreading that out is life-changing for so many people. My God, if I got $10,000 right now, I'd be doing like the biggest fucking happy dance in the world. Like what that would do for my quality of life. Just that much money. I'd be able to buy everything off my Amazon wish list. I'd be able to pay off my credit card debt, and I'd be able to get air conditioning put back in my car and get all the repairs done I need on that. And I'd be like, wow, I'm rich. It wouldn't even take that much money. It'd be less than 10,000. So then it would leave me enough that I could then go and drive out to the East Coast and have a vacation. But no. A handful of people need to become billionaires and trillionaires. Disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. But for those of you who don't know, up here in Canada, we have Emancipation Day. Yeah, actually, there's a thing in Canada, August 1st. I'm sure you all know about it. You've all heard about it because, politicians care about this sort of thing. Yep. It's been around for a few years now. It's the performative stuff that this government loves to do. And this is the entirety of the statement sent out by the Prime Minister office. This is it, what you're seeing on screen. That's the entirety of the statement. On this day in 1834, the Slavery Abolition Act came into effect across the British Empire, marking the beginning of emancipation for hundreds of thousands of African slaves and their descendants. Many journeyed north, following the Underground Railroad to find freedom in Canada. What they tend to forget in our history textbooks is that before this, there was slavery in Canada. Yeah. They talk all about the Underground Railroad, but they tend to forget this part. The enslavement of African people remains a despicable injustice in the history, and impacts reverberate across generations. Then how about, what's the word? Begins with an R. Not retribution. Damn it. I had the word 10 seconds ago. Reparations. Yeah, that's it. How about reparations? Huh? How about that? We could try that. Today we honor Black communities in Canada and across the world. In doing so, we also commit ourselves as citizens, as a country, to build a stronger future where dignity and humanity for all are not aspirational ideas, but enduring principles. I'm sure they mean it. Meanwhile, Canada's Islamophobia envoy says Mid-East war is bringing back anti-Muslim tropes from 9/11. Could this country actually maybe tackle this issue? Like really, instead of just sending out a less than a paragraph worth of information about Emancipation Day? Or maybe tackle the issue that Islamophobia is skyrocketing right now? Like all forms of hate are, but in particular. But is this government going to do anything? No. They made it so that, criticizing Israel is anti-Semitic. They did that. But what are they doing to help the Muslim community? Ottawa Special Representative on Combating Islamophobia says she's alarmed by a recent revival of decades-old tropes about Muslims supporting terrorist violence. Amira also said Canadians should not be reluctant to speak out for the rights of one group because of fear of being accused of ignoring the plight of another. In a country as pluralistic and diverse as Canada, we should be able to get this right, Amira told the Canadian press. She said she's seen extremely troubling instances of people being maligned for peacefully expressing support for Palestinians and urging that Israel be held accountable for its restrictions on aid in Gaza and the high civilian death toll in the enclave. The same types of narratives that we have seen and we talked about post 9/11 have been resurfacing all over the past 2 years, she said. We're constantly being viewed as engaging in, for example, what some politicians and columnists and media folks will call hate marches when involved in any type of protest for Gaza. She says that kind of commentary is a grim echo of widespread claims in 2001 that Muslims are quintessential violent radicals and that they must be surveilled and disciplined in the state. Mehdi Hassan was pointing out a couple good things after his Jubilee appearance, where he was attacked for being a brown immigrant. Publicly on TV, Jubilee found people that were not shy about saying these things out loud. That, you know, with all of this talk about anti-Semitism and it's like, oh, if Muslims protest what's happening in Gaza, it's anti-Semitic. And meanwhile, there is the rise of real anti-Semitism going on. Or how some people are using their stance against what Israel is doing, not because they care about what's happening to the people in Palestine, in Gaza, but because they hate Israel for being Jewish. They're anti-Semitic, and that's why they're against the war, nothing else. And there is a real, like to me, there is a real worry that a lot of the real anti-Semitism gets lost in the noise when you start labeling chalk on a sidewalk as being anti-Semitic that says from the river to the sea. For me, having keffiyeh, ooh, suddenly now I'm anti-Semitic, while also at the same time completely ignoring the rise in anti-Muslim, the Islamophobia. And this country does nothing to really combat these things. Does nothing to really, you know, reparations for what this country has done. Also, has never really taken any accountability for what they did to Indigenous peoples. Because, you know, the Truth and Reconciliation thing went through with like 90 some odd actions to take, and so far only a handful have been done in 10 odd years. Yeah. Canada is a racist fucking country. Let's just touch on this quickly. So easy for people to say. Doubts raised over remote workers resolve. I don't really need to get into all of this. It's just a lot of people still would rather work from home. Some say that it would be easier for childcare. And it's great because you would save money on transportation, on childcare, on food, because you could eat at home versus having to take food into work all the time. And you know what? For some people, it's just better. And there's this idea of it has to be an either or. Like there is some talk of hybrid and whatnot, but you know what? There needs to be workplaces that actually accommodate people as opposed to forcing people to conform to the workplaces. That's what it kind of boils down to, because there are some people who this article points out, they like the office structure because they don't feel so isolated, because they go out and be around people. I despise the office structure because I'm forced to go out and be around people. And sometimes people I don't particularly like. So, yeah, I just wanted to point that out. That, yeah, we need to find a middle ground. We need to meet people where they are when it comes to employment, as opposed to just forcing people to conform to whatever capitalistic corporation wants them to do, even if it's harmful for their mental health and stuff. Because they always say, oh, we accommodate disabilities, which we all know if you have a disability is bullshit. Because companies can just not hire you And it's very hard to prove they did it for any blank reason. Let's see. Just want to quickly go over this. Liberal U.S. states sue Trump over transgender care ban. A coalition of liberal U.S. states on Friday said it was suing U.S. President Donald Trump's administration over an order to prevent clinics providing gender-affirming care to children. The lawsuit, brought by officials from California and 15 other states, as well as the District of Columbia, challenged an executive order that denounces the treatment as chemical and surgical mutilation. The order, which Trump signed in January, calls on the U.S. to blah, blah, blah. The president's administration's relentless attacks on gender-affirming care endanger already vulnerable adolescents whose health and well-being are at risk, California Attorney General Rob Bonta said. Their demands that our healthcare providers discriminate against transgender individuals and deny them access to medically necessary healthcare is cruel and irresponsible. I hope this goes through. I hope this goes through. Because what is happening down in the States, it's another form of genocide. Erasing trans people from existence, from public life. Not to the scale of, you know, others, but none are good, I would argue. And last thing I have on my docket. This thing that got a news article. Many voters cast ballot in last federal election without being fully informed. This study coming from this Institute of No Fucking Way, taught by Professor No Shit Sherlock. Like, seriously. They needed a study for this. I could have told you. Really? Really? Voters went to the polls uninformed? And this is where I get so frustrated. Like, you needed to do a poll on this. You know, you could have just asked. You could have just asked. No duh. Like, really. I don't even think I need to go over the article. Because really, really. Where are people getting their information? They're getting it from media. And media doesn't exactly cover politics equally and balanced, let's put it that way. And most people spend all of a microsecond on it and watch maybe 2 sentences of a debate. And you're telling me people went to the polls uninformed? What? I'm so shocked I could start the heart of an elephant. Bang! Kind of like the last provincial election, too. I don't know. Maybe. I just live in a bubble because I cover politics for a living. Or, I wouldn't say it's a living because I don't get paid that much for this, but really? You need a whole fucking study for this. Like, this is where money gets wasted as far as I'm concerned. So the think tank concludes that a steady erosion of local news outlets leaves many Canadians wading through toxic water of social medias. And that is a problem. Like, that did point out a good problem that we already knew. People already knew that the erosion of local news is a bad thing. It's a bad thing. We already knew that. We already knew that going onto social media for your takes, it's bad, especially when politicians can flat out lie on social media about their campaigns. It's just, really? You got all the trolls and the bots and the haters coming out on social media saying lies and showing fake support and all. Really? You needed a study for that, huh? Okay. Anyway, that's it for all my dockets. Let's get to the SandBox and see what people are chit-chatting about. There we go to the last kitty break. Let's see. And there's a kitty right. Oh, he was right there. Lanier, where'd you go? Lanier was just here. Oh well. Maybe he got sucked into the computer. Okay, I saw that. I often make myself sick from my own cooking. Just going back to the cooking conversation in the SandBox. Part of it is I like my meat overdone. I'm one of those people. And sometimes I overdo it too much. And my stomach has a hard time digesting it. I had leftovers today because I made mac and cheese with ground beef. I hadn't done that in ages, and I broke down and bought ground beef. It was on sale, even though I don't like buying processed or factory farm meat. I really, really don't, but I just can't afford it on my budget, and I haven't had ground beef in a long, long time. And I'm like, screw it, I need it. And so I made it up with mac and cheese, and that's like 4 meals for me. 1 box of mac and cheese and a thing of ground beef. That's 4 meals for me. But I cook the ground beef so much it's crunchy, and I had to eat it very slowly because otherwise I'd get sick. B-Cat saying definitely not a birthday celebrator either. Flow Snake, I probably should have pointed out that the anonymous comment was case sensitive, and also that I'm stoned and put an extra and in there. We forgive you. Let's see. So, Life, be careful referring to yourself as a commie if you ever plan to run for elected office. It's legal in the US. We actually have a communist party here and a Marxist-Leninist party. Don't ask. But yeah, we actually have a communist party here. Part of the parliamentary system. It's actually one of the oldest parties in the country. And I wouldn't say I'm a communist. I don't like labels in general. That's why I'll sometimes jokingly say I'm a social commie. Because I don't know which box I fit into, hence I'm outside of the box. And I'm to the left of it. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't filled out a form that would tell me what I am, and I don't care because I don't like forms telling me what I am. I just, depending on what policy it is, I'll agree with you or not. But in my vision of a future, it's very Star Trek utopia. No borders, no gender, like all of that sort of stuff. But I also know ain't gonna happen. Not in my lifetime. So Life saying fascism is legal in the US. Yeah, communist illegal, but fascism. But the Wild West also pointing out communism is legal in Canada. Yes. The Communist Party and the Marxist-Leninist Party. They don't like each other. John Davis just saying this is what happens when you put a banker in charge of the country. And just the idea of you can't grasp what a billion is. And yeah, people should go check out the Rational Nationals video. I think it was out yesterday or today or something. I don't know. I get them all mixed in my head. And there's a website that can help you comprehend how big these numbers are. And it's important to talk about it because I'd be fine with taking away 99.999% of a trillionaire's wealth. And at the end of it, they'd still be fine. Their life would not change at all. The Wild West just mentioning we always like the flex about the Underground Railroad. But just tend to neglect that there's something happening before that. But you see, here's the thing. since slavery was abolished before the British North American Act was signed, which kind of made Canada, or the start of it. That's the little cheat code and saying, well, Canada never had slavery. That's the little cheat code that the history books like to use. Flow Snake, I'm a mod on a couple of UK channels. I reckon I ban roughly the same number of real anti-Semites as people making false accusations of anti-Semitism, and similar numbers, again, of Islamophobes. Imagine it's getting a lot more difficult, especially with the way social media is going, to keep on top of all of that. I'm still so teeny tiny, I don't get noticed like that. Although I did have somebody in the comments recently say that I need Jesus probably because I had the keffiyeh on. I don't know. Yeah, for those of you who haven't seen it yet, I'm so happy I finally got one. There was a Palestine Day here in my area, and I went, and I was finally able to get my very own keffiyeh because I've been wanting to get one. Not exactly wanting to buy it off of Amazon. So this one here was made in Syria. I'm so happy to finally have it. And I got some other stuff. Little bracelet here and the flag and whatnot, and had some yummy food. Rich P1K, I work from home as has multitude studies showing it's better for everyone involved, even the employer. It's all about the power structure and the boss wanting to literally just boss people around. Also, it has a lot to do with corporations that rent office spaces. You know, they might not be making the money. And do you know what I say to that? Seize those property and transfer them into socialized housing. You know, all those empty office buildings. Just make them into socialized housing. Because not all socialized housing should be the same. And so you can take an office building and make it more into like a dorm, so that people have their own rooms, but like shared bathrooms and kitchens and stuff. And some people prefer that because it keeps them connected with people. There's other people around. They're not responsible for as much. They don't need that much space. But then there's people like me. I need my own fucking apartment, and I cannot have roommates. No, I do not like people. Individually, as a whole, no, as a whole, I don't know. It's one of those cognitive dissonance things. I'm at two minds. I love people. I hate people. I do this channel because I love people, but I hate people. But yeah, working from home, as the Wild West says, would help a lot of people with disabilities like me. I work from home. This is great. Being forced to be around people I don't necessarily get along with, that is detrimental to my mental health. It also doesn't make the work environment very good for them. But yeah, for a lot of people working at home, it's better suited for them. That's why in my book, Necroplasm, the vampires, they have their acolyte human society, and they keep them loyal by giving them a better quality of life than they would receive anywhere else. And part of it is they don't force acolytes to work stupid jobs that hurt them. Instead, they find jobs that they are tailored to. And so even things as simple as working in a factory, waiting tables, sewing cloths will grant you a good quality of life, and they're not overworked. Because the thing is that if I could work part-time in a factory under conditions that don't hamper my disabilities, I'd be absolutely fine doing that. It's not that I can't work, I just can't work in what's available in this capitalistic corporate world. The environments that they try to force me into. Because I used to have some factory jobs, but the problem was they would rotate you on the different stations, which I was fine with. But then some of those stations you had to stand the entire 8 hours. I physically cannot do that. That is an impossibility for me. But then doing something as simple as requesting a chair, well, suddenly you don't have a job anymore. Well, you were just there through a temp agency anyway, so it's not like they can, you know, they can just hire and fire you whenever. But because you requested a chair to sit on, suddenly you're out of a job. But how can you prove it? Like what I'm doing right now, between the art, my books, and this, if I made a living off of this, I'd be so happy. My stress would just go right down to the point that I might actually be able to be social and start getting relationships again. But people, if you want to get a good idea as to where my mind is and what society should look like, you should check out my book. My book has a really good example because it doesn't go into detail about how the acolytes are given jobs, but let's just say you're not qualified for a lot of things or you don't study. It would be something like then you are assigned work, something as simple as, you know, going around picking up trash, gardening, working in a factory doing a simple task or something of that sort. Janitorial stuff, things that you don't need to be trained in. You'd be assigned work, and it wouldn't be hours that break you. It would be reasonable. But then if you want education to maybe get a different type of job, and you know, there are different jobs that provide different benefits and stuff, or not benefits, but luxuries, provide different luxuries because everyone is granted a decent quality of life. But for some people, they're just happy having a very basic job with the freedom then to have a life. I think that's what a lot of people just want, you know, the ability to have a life, because so many people wake up one day and realize that their entire adult life has been nothing but waking up, going to work, coming home, trying to de-stress from work before going back to sleep, then waking up, going to work. And that's it. They have no time for their life, for developing their talents, their joys, discovery, relationships. All of that are gone in this capitalist world. It's sad. It's sad. I want my horror book to become reality. Rich P1 Ked says that you just got an email saying your membership expires on the 6th? Well, hopefully more people will be able to donate. JK, I have never and will never like bosses. The only one I got around was the boss at the last main, like, steady job I had, because we were friends ahead of time and he was like a really good friend of mine, and he didn't know when he referred me to the company that he would be my boss. And so that's the only boss I've liked. And he's part of the reason why I was able to keep the job there as long as I did, was because he was my buffer, because that was before I knew I was autistic and stuff. And so a lot of my mental health issues, he'd work with me because he was my friend, you know, and he wanted to see me succeed. So that was the only boss I liked. But if it wasn't for him in some of the ways that I would work with him, I wouldn't have been able to keep that job for very long. And then when there were changes in the company and our setup was changed and we were moved from the semi office that we were in to cubicles and stuff like that, my mental health cratered. Absolutely cratered. I don't know what that's in reference to, Flow Snake. I massively agree when you say none are good, Sandy. As soon as we see someone trying to create an out group, we should be straight on them. I've learned that. I wish I knew that when I was younger. I feel like I understand the context, but it's just kind of like when I lose a word in my head. Probably talking about, you know, the real anti-Semitism being a problem and how that's on an increase, but it's being ignored because of all the hyped up anti-Semitism of, oh, river from the sea, and meanwhile Islamophobia is skyrocketing as well. John Martinez, fascist propagandists like the Nelk Boys, Rose lie. They 100% support all the criminal activity going on, yet pretend they are innocent, naive. I watched Bassem Youssef talk to them. Bassem Youssef is like the father most people need. He was so patient, but so direct. And it came across very maternal, I think would be the right word for it, actually. Like, not even paternal, but maternal. And he did a great job breaking it down. But I remember watching it, and I was just, like, shocked at how stupid those two boys were. And I say boys, but as Bassem pointed out, they're 30? But the way they were talking, I remember talking about that, like that when I was a teenager with big ideas and stuff. And it's like, oh, that makes sense. Educate me more. Tell me about this. That makes, oh, you mean I should use critical thinking skills? Wow. You mean you're pointing out all the ways that show that Netanyahu's lying about everything, and that since he's lying about everything, then maybe I should think more critically about the things he's telling me? This is like mind-blowing. Like, seriously. Wow. Huh. Yeah, no, I think Zoran's an anti-Semite. Why? Because I heard it online. What do you mean use critical? What do you mean you want specifics? I just heard it somewhere. You want me to think for myself? Oh, what was an example? Oh. Like, it blew my mind that they're adults. That there are people capable of being adults and being that daft. Like, it just totally floored me the way that those two were talking. Because again, I developed those critical thinking skills a long time ago. And it's one of those things that I want people who watch my channel to learn better. I imagine a lot of you already do, but it's how to look at media more critically as well. And people who are into partisan politics to really challenge people in what they believe when it comes to their parties. Like the question I put out there earlier to liberals who like Mark Carney. Just explain to me why. Like, what has he done? Not something he has said, but what is an action he has done that makes him good? Where are those critical thinking skills? And yeah, I think it's when you really challenge people to get into the specifics and try to dissect, like, why do you believe what you believe, that some people run into a lot of roadblocks. But it totally blew my mind how those two adult males were talking. And Bassem just had the patience of saint. Like, I don't know how he did it, but I saved that talk to a playlist so I can watch it again. And it's just to study how Bassem talked to them. Is really like, I like to study debate styles and stuff like that, but sometimes just this type of dialogue, I want to study how he was talking to them, because I thought it was very good. And he might not have been able to break through to those two because I don't think they're cognitively able to think that deep. But there's a very good chance he broke through to a lot of their audience with what he was saying, and I want to incorporate some of that. Edgebox RFK says foodborne illness is a myth. Why cook meat? The Wild West. I do not understand how RFK is still alive. Well, I had this one friend once back a long time ago who said that he had an aunt that was like beyond, chain smoker. Like just constantly. He said the only way she's still alive is because all the cancers in her body are battling each other. And so there could be something going on with RFK, that all the illnesses inside are trying to battle to be the one that takes him out. and none of them are gaining enough ground for it. And I think that's probably the only reason why he's still alive. Rich P1K, I'm in government housing. Soul life roommates suck. Yeah. No, I've had roommates before. It has never ended well. I do not get along well with people. That's why I say if I ever get into a relationship again, if I ever get into one again, the closest it'll be is they can move into an apartment near me. But the idea of living with someone, it'd have to be a pretty big damn house. Yeah, John Martinez, I have like severe anxiety and stuff too, and just trying to deal with people when I'm having mental health crises is not good. And just, yeah. Also saying I can't trust others. I live alone and love it. So peaceful. That's part of it too. I don't have to worry about my things going missing or messes that weren't mine, or just the petty arguments over, ew, who bought the last roll of toilet paper? And like, it's all of it. I hate all of it. I hate all of it. If there's a mess, it's my fault or the cat's. The Wild West, I get to work from home 3 days a week. I'm so thankful. That's nice for some people. Like, I wouldn't have minded going into the office maybe 1 or 2 times a week. But for my particular job, I could kind of see the point of having to be there, even though I didn't like it. Because sometimes I would have to go into the warehouse area to check on product and inventory and stuff. So I had to actually physically be there. But if it wasn't for that, everything else could have been done remotely. Soul Life, I got an old friend a job when we were both homeless, but he kept messing up. Like the shift would start and everyone would be at their station, but he'd be at the kitchen eating company cereal. My friend, who became my boss, he said that he did take a risk with me because back when he was a lot younger, he referred a friend to a job that he was working at the time at a fast food restaurant, and he was the manager. And the friend totally messed up and was not good, not reliable. And it was just like a bad reflection on him for referring him. So he said he took a risk, and it did pay off though, because I was very good at what I did. I was so into Excel. Like I could figure out Excel. I was very advanced in Excel. Like I wouldn't be now because I haven't been practiced. But the things that I could end up doing in Excel were kind of mind-blowing. And it was funny because he was also really good in Excel. And so sometimes he'd say to me, can you do something that can make this do this and whatnot? And I'd be like, yeah, sure. And then he'd walk back to his desk and say, oh, and would you be able to get it to me in about an hour? And it's like, I just sent it to you. So it's like, yeah. And I actually have a resume that I made in Excel that I can't show people because a lot of personal information on it. Because they always say things like, oh, you have to do that sort of thing to get noticed. But the thing about the resume being in Excel is that vast majority of companies don't accept, because you apply online and they don't accept that file format, which was kind of disappointing because it was the whole show don't tell. And so I had a printable version tab which showed my resume like you would see it on printed out on paper. But then, and it would always have today's date on it. But then I had a second tab that showed a lot of my skill. And something as simple as like, did you know that that you can't name a tab history because it's used for background coding in Excel? And then I had like a drop down menu of commonly asked questions of so you would use the drop down menu, pick a question, and as soon as you pick the question, it would autofill the answer. Things like, do you know how to do conditional formatting? You pick that and the entire screen went yellow. Are you a cat or a dog person? You pick that and then you would be taken to a link to a kitten video on YouTube. So I had a lot of that. There was also type in your name here, and then it would say your name has this many characters, and it was the actual characters minus the spaces because that was an added step that you would have to throw in. And then there was another field that you could fill out that said type in what kind of pet you had, what your pet's name was, how long you had your pet. And then as soon as you filled in all of those fields, you'd get the answer. You had your pet dog Muffy for 14 years. And it was, there was actually math involved with the date, actually. It wasn't just how long did you have it. There was math involved. And so I was able to do all of this in Excel. But, it'd be fun to play with that, to just show people the resume. But like I said, I'd have to screen it for a lot of private personal information first. But that's one of the things. That's what they say. You need to be unique. You need to stand out. But then as soon as you do, as somebody who's autistic, I've learned the hard way, they don't give a shit. All the stories that you hear about people, I did this and it worked great. But then as soon as I do it, no. People replying to my talk about Bassem Youssef and the guys. Ah. Let's see. John Martinez, I became a critical thinker at 17. A classmate handed me the Mexica handbook, which exposed me to truth about my people to me. I suppose I became a critical thinker when I was in grade 5 or 6. And I asked the question, who were God's parents? What do you mean he doesn't have parents? Then where did he come from? So what was before God? This Christian religion you brought me up in doesn't make sense. I'm not this. Went kind of like that. And I think I was in grade 5 or 6 when that happened. Like, I was never religious, and my family wasn't particularly religious before that. My stepfather was Catholic. And I used to go to Sunday school, but then my mom saw no point in sending me there because all I'd do is come home from the Sunday school with pictures of the river drawn because I would sit in the window and it was right on the banks of the river and draw the river. And she was just doing it for community anyway. It wasn't because of any sort of religious belief. Like, we didn't do the prayers or anything of that sort. But my classmates definitely were. I was in a very Christian area. I had coworkers later on in life or friends that believed that there was no point in having children because, Christ was coming back, but they also didn't believe in birth control. So they had, 6+ kids, it's, but very, very, Christian area that I grew up in. And so just challenging all that belief put a spotlight on you. But the thing is that I was never really all that challenged Because in high school, I had a couple friends who were also like, maybe I don't believe in this God. And they'd get picked on and they'd get challenged because I think people knew they couldn't challenge me on it. Because I might point out some flaws in their arguments. So people didn't challenge me on it. But yeah, I was around that time. And then when I was in junior high, so just couple years older, we started learning about different religions because until then, it was really only Christianity. And, you know, the Bibles were handed out in school and whatnot. And even though it was a public school. And then in junior high, we started learning about different religions. And then that's where I started to get the foundation of what I currently believe in. So I'm not an atheist. I do believe that there is something more. But at the same time, if there's concrete proof one way or another of different things, then I will change my mind. But I started to put together my own belief system based on what I was learning about these other religions and just what made sense to me in my experiences, in my inner belief and feel. So I do believe there is something more. I do not believe in a creator, though. Like I believe in a soul, in a form of reincarnation that's not as simplistic as what a lot of people think. But I also just believe that that is just the natural evolution of the universe. That is just part of the natural evolution of the universe, that nobody created it. It just, that's just how it's evolved over the time of the universe. But I do have like a belief system. So I'm not an atheist, not agnostic, but I'm not of any religion. Rich P1K, I have memory problems remembering sources often, which is why I write them down, bookmark, etc. Part of the reason why the idea of doing debates doesn't work well for me is I can have a hard time recalling information, like recalling sources and names and places and stuff. So having to do that in rapid fire just wouldn't work well with me, which is part of the reason why I don't want to do debates that are primarily like, ooh, look at all this information I have at the tip of my hand. So that's primarily why I wouldn't want to do debates. Even though it's like, well, I do know this, but you're going to have to give me, you know, a good 15 minutes to find the source. But I do know I've come across this from a legitimate source. And then even times I could be like, oh, I hate Mark Carney for reasons. Don't ask me to tell you what they are right now off the top of my head. I have to go and remind myself what they are, but they are legitimate. Like there's moments like that. Like unless it's really practiced and repeated over and over again. Flow Snake, someone described Bassam's debate technique as an iron fist and silk glove, or something very similar. That sounds nice, actually. The Wild West. Oh, it's like Marvel movie and RFK's bloodstream. Yeah. So Live LOL, the accountants asked if they could help refine my Excel doc I made to help with billing. So I sent them my VBS code and they replied, oh, this is above my pay grade. I wouldn't have minded the help though, but I'll finish it eventually. Yeah. I remember being tested in Word and Excel for some jobs that I was applying to. And it'd be like, okay, bold this paragraph, go to this, do this, blah, blah, blah. And so then I'm like, okay, so when does the test start? Thinking this was just the setup for it. And they're like, no, you passed. I'm like, passed what? That was the test. And I'm like, really? And part of that I have to thank my mom, because she was into software back when computers were, you know, when all of this was first starting, and she taught it to me. So I learned a lot about how to use Word and Excel before it was taught in school. And that's why I was able to handle that so well, I think. Though it took me a long, long time to become a decent typer. Dyslexia, typing, not great. And so it took me a long, long time to even just move away from the two finger. Like now my typing speed is just fine, especially working on my books and stuff like that. But it took a long time to get there. Used a lot of typing shark in my spare time at some of my jobs when I was bored out of my fucking skull. Rich P1K, I got in so much trouble in school just because I didn't understand religion the same way as everyone else, which led to some super contradictory lectures. That is because Among Us. My mom likes telling the story about me telling my uncle, her older brother, that something is a bad word and that he should say something else. It was the 70s. I don't know what those words are. Sometimes I worry that I'm going to say things that are offensive and I don't realize it, because I realize it's like when I get rated by No Justice and I refer to them as pawn jumpers, is that offensive? I hope not, because I think it's just kind of playful. It's like, I hope referring to them as pawn jumpers isn't something that I'm like unaware of offensive, but I'm pretty sure if it was offensive, a lot of people would have let me know. That's one thing people don't have a problem online, is letting you know. Letting you know when you've offended them. Oh, Looney Tunes 9000 finally decided to show up for the 4th hour. Right when I'm unwinding. Let's see. JK, I went to school in Ireland in the 70s. There was one Muslim in my class, and he didn't have to do RE. I was so jealous. Religion? Yeah, in my elementary school, there was a couple of kids of color. I remember in my junior high, there was a couple, maybe not a couple more, but people from different backgrounds. So one girl I befriended, she was an immigrant from Hong Kong. And I became friends with her. But then in my high school, it was known as Immigration High because it had maybe 5%. Like it was known as that in my city because my city was so fucking white. Even though we're talking about handfuls. But it did start getting more multicultural as I grew up, and mosques were put into the communities and things of that sort. So, and then in high school, I had more friends from different backgrounds, some Muslim and Buddhist and things of that sort. So, but it was still very heavily dominated by Christians. Looney Tunes 9000s. Greetings from Toronto. Just popping in to see if you're behaving while I'm away on vacation. Seriously? You're in Toronto and you didn't tell me that you're visiting? Tisk Looney Tunes. I'm just saying, just saying. Going all the way up here and you couldn't drop me a line. And if you're going to tell me you're in Toronto, yeah. Flow Snake Pond Jumper is definitely not offensive. I don't know. I thought it was a cute nickname for when I get rated, because I get rated by really just two sources. And Lucy Hayes and No Justice. So everyone go check out their channels. And they're both on the other side of the pond. So I just thought, it's cute. It's an allied thing, Canada and UK and stuff. It's an allied thing to refer to them as pond jumpers. And of course I was thinking puddle jumper, which I think is the name of one of the shuttlecraft in Star Trek Voyager. But yeah, apparently Looney Tunes 9000 is in Toronto and didn't bother telling me you're in David Dole's city, which is neighbors to me in the context of Canada. John Davis saying that Looney Tunes could have, paid me a visit. Paid me would be nice, yes. Looney Tunes 9000 starting off saying sorry. So what, you come to Canada and you immediately appropriate our culture? Sorry, it was for vacation. By the way, I found a Palestine flag at a house and a flag that said never 51st state on a houseboat today. Well, while you're in Toronto, without informing me, be sure to go to the aquarium, up the CN Tower. I would love to do the skywalk sometime. Heights terrify me, but in a fun way. Like, I love it. Going on like really high things and stuff like that, even though it's like terrifying, it's a fun terrifying. And I would love to do the skywalk on the CN Tower, but you need to book that like way ahead of time. And that's where literally you're put on top of the CN Tower and you have like cables and stuff attached to you. You walk around it. I so desperately want to do that. Yeah. And there's lots of different communities in Toronto to go visit. Atticus among us, we are lining up to spank soul, and I'm just going to end the statement there. Yes. My book. One person bought my book since last Wednesday when Minuet was on this space, and if 4 more people buy my book by the next time she goes on at the last Wednesday of the month, then I will read another part of it during it. But yeah, I live in the world of that book. Like, it is insane how much I think about that, the universe I've built for this book, and I can't wait to get back to it. I just need to get the TYT video done. And I think hopefully my stress levels from everything that has been going on in my life are finally starting to settle so I can focus on it more. But like I said, I need to get the drawing of Owen Jones done. Because it's relaxing as hell to do. But also realizing his birthday is on the 8th. And it's like, I did not time it. I did not think, oh, I want to do a drawing of Owen Jones for his birthday. It was my brain literally screaming at me, you want to do a high detailed, super hyper realistic drawing portrait of a face, and it needs to be Owen Jones, and you need to do it now. And it's like, okay. And I like literally like just went online, searched through pictures, be like, take it, and drove out to Staples, got the photo printed off, and came back home. It's like, I'm doing it, okay? Shut up, brain. But sometimes it just happens that way because I think my brain has finally realized that drawing now is a good de-stressor for me. Whereas before, if I was under stress, I couldn't risk drawing. Because if I did that and I messed up my drawing, then it would add to my stress and my depression. But now it's like, here's a healthy outlet for you to do. You can hyper focus on these minuscule details on this portrait. And so at the end of your down slump, when normally you've done nothing, you will have a drawing at the end of it. Looney Tunes 9000s, I did take a picture of LGBTQ rainbow in the window of the tower. I was called a weirdo by a mega idiot. But yeah, the drawing that I'm doing of Owen Jones, it's definitely the best portrait I'm done. And I think a large part is just due to it being high detail, which means it's big. It's on an 11 by 14 and is mostly his face on that paper. Similar to this. You know, that's an 11 by 14 and the face of the cat takes up most of the page. So that's what's happened with this one. But I still need to do the small details around the eyes, and I think that's when it will really set in, because I'm still kind of worried that it doesn't look like him. But, you know, showing it to the audience on Wednesday and asking if people recognized him didn't exactly help my mood, because nobody could identify him. But part of it is he's not that familiar to, like, he's not part of our regular, for a lot of people in SandBox, it's not part of the regular circuit, I guess. He tends to do, like, he does his own thing over in the UK. But yeah, I just wanted to draw someone good. And I've been looking into more of like his social media presence and stuff like that. And he had to release a video not too long ago saying he's not a stooge of Zionists or something like that. And I'm just like, how? Watching his content, how are people thinking he's a secret Zionist? But looking at some of his comments and his tweets and stuff, it's there. People accusing him of that, or just being like a bad person in general. And I'm like, I don't understand. Like, he's not arrogant, because there's some people on the left where I can understand it because their personalities are a bit abrasive, but his doesn't strike me like that. I'm like, where is this hate coming from? I don't get it. Like, I could get where it's coming from the Zionists, of course, but from the rest of the people, I don't get it. I just don't. Huh? John Martinez, why are maggots even up there? Oh, we have tons of maggot supporters up here, hence the 51st staters that we do have up here. And whenever there's a conservative or right-wing rally, the Freedom Convoy, there's Trump flags. We've got a lot of them. Even Confederate flags. John Martinez, your talent is amazing. I found a color picture of Emilio Zappa, and we'll pay you for it as soon as I can get the money. That'd be appreciated. The thing when I do these portraits on my own is the person doesn't get it. I'm past the point of gifting portraits, because I gifted one to Sam when I saw him in person. So if I do a portrait of someone and they really want it, then they would have to actually pay me full price for it. Or the concession is I would send them a print of it at cost, because I can't afford to do them anymore. But, you know, again, it'd be nice to get attention for it, especially from the people that I'm drawing. But that's not, I can't invest that much time and energy into a drawing for that to be the sole reason. Like, there has to be something in me calling me to do that drawing. So the drawings like I did of Emma and Olay and all that, it's because I wanted to. And then if they were to acknowledge it in any positive way, then it's a bonus. And as an artist, yeah, sure, I'd like to be acknowledged with it, but it's not the reason I did it. The MAGA idiots were also using the N-word in the tower. Does the CN Tower still have the glass floor? It's been ages since I've been there. I would love to go back there onto the glass floor. Again, I love heights. It terrifies me, but I love it. So, Snake, I zoned out for a bit. Were you talking about Owen Jones being accused of being a secret Zionist? If so, I can offer up some culprits, lol. Yeah. Ooh, it still does have the glass floor. Cool. Hope you took pictures of that you should be posting on social medias or something that I don't know if you actually have. Well, I saw Owen's debunking video about it, but it still, it blows my mind. Because of what I've seen, because I have a playlist of a lot of his videos now, because I'm the type of person, I need to have background noise on when I'm just by myself. And I used to have like playlists of the Majority Report of old episodes from before I started watching it. But now for a change, especially because I'm more curious about UK politics, considering that I'm pretty sure Mark Carney is a clone of Keir Starmer or vice versa. It's important to know what's happening over there because then it'll happen here. Plus our parliamentary systems are parliamentary systems, so we get each other. So I've been watching more of his content and a little bit more of like No Justice and stuff. And just watching his content, like all the way back to him talking about coming out and some of the things about that and the interviews he's had. I just watched an adorable interview with Ian McCallum, is that his name? The guy who played Gandalf. Such an adorable interview. And so I have a playlist of a whole bunch of his videos to go over. It's just I have to mix it up with like old videos of his with new ones because all the new ones are about Palestine and are devastating. But just like watching all of it, I'm like, where is the hate coming from? Like, first of all, it's rude to hate on a 12-year-old. Because, my God, even with the facial hair, like I'm pretty sure he grew the facial hair just so he could prove he was past puberty. Because I don't know how he has that look, but wow, yeah, there's some magic going on there. But it's like he doesn't come across as pretentious or condescending or there's a way that Gary, like I watched the video, somebody recommended that I watch the video that Gary Economics did about making videos on YouTube, and he's a bit naive about his own privilege. A lot naive about his own privilege on that. The video was not helpful for my channel. Owen doesn't have that. He's more aware of it, I think. And that's just my impressions. Like, again, it's not like I know these people. But I think part of what also drew me towards Owen is it's going to be stupid, and people who don't understand writer's brain will never understand what I'm about to say. But if the two vampires, Raphael and Lucas, who are in a romantic, bonded, centuries-long relationship, if they were to have a child, it would be Owen Jones. But they can't have a child because they're vampires. And it's just like, over the past year, the qualities that I've been building into Raphael and Lucas in my head, it's like if they were to merge, it'd come out Owen Jones, and it's kind of unnerving to me in a way. So I think that was actually part of it. Like just some of the details that I had about them before I even knew who Owen Jones was. It's like, this is really weird. And it would sound really weird to anyone who doesn't understand the world that I live in. Like whenever I'm not participating in reality, I'm in the world of that book. So yeah, if those two vampires were to have a baby, it'd be Owen Jones. And I could go into detail and explain it. And then people would be like, yeah, no, I see it. I see it. Oh. Looney Tunes 9000, but they do have a sexual relationship. Like they're in a bonded romantic relationship. They'd be doing it for centuries. But vampires don't reproduce with each other. Not in my book, anyway. And it's really cute because Lucas was Raphael's first real love, as in the ability to connect telepathically, because when they're in romantic bonded relationships, vampires can communicate telepathically, and Lucas was Raphael's first for that, which was super sweet. And yeah, and Raphael since then has only ever talked telepathically to Lucas because, you know, that was him, even though Lucas was a little bit more Raphael was happy being monogamous to Lucas, and Lucas had other relationships, and he also had the pre-existing relationship with Michael. And if you read the first chapter of the book, this is something you already know, is that Michael and Lucas used to be a primary couple, but then Raphael and Minuet came into their lives, and they kind of branched off in that direction. So Lucas developed a relationship with Raphael, and Michael developed a relationship with Minuet, and then those pairs became primaries. But Lucas and Michael were still very much in their own relationship. Like basically their feelings for each other didn't change. It's just some of the dynamics of the relationship did, but they were still in a romantic sexual relationship because the vampires are all polyamorous in my book for the most part. Like Raphael would still sexually explore with other vampires, but romantically he was just with Lucas, but that was neither here nor there. That was just the way it fell for him. Which is why he took Lucas's disappearance so hard. Like it's hard for any vampire because disappearances of vampires and death of vampires not that common, so they have a hard time understanding grief. But and this isn't in the book yet, this is all in the prequels, but some of this backstory of their relationship. But that's part of the reason why Raphael became pretty much unfunctional, was he couldn't comprehend the loss he was dealing with. So much. Also, Owen Jones has cats, so he can't be a bad guy. I don't see any of these right-wing nut jobs with cats. JK, I was surprised to hear Lefty from My Left Eye call Owen a weather vane? A weather vane. Flow Snake. So the main grifting fake left culprit for attacking Owen Jones is called Moldy Burrito or Stale Taco or something like that. Ew. Sounds like bad sexual acts. Maybe it's called Bad Empanada. Oh yeah, that's the subs vampire, LOL. Yeah. Bad Empanada. I've seen it come up in my recommends, the video Bad Empanada has done on Owen Jones, but I haven't bothered to watch it. Maybe I will just because I'm curious, but from everything I've seen, it's not like, again, it's not like I know him or anything, but it's like, where are you getting this from? Jealousy, probably. Because, fucking hot. John Davis, vampires are technically dead, so there's no way they could reproduce as far as I know. The vampires in my book aren't technically dead. That's part of the reason why I love vampire lore, is that it can be very... What are you getting into, cat? There. No, stop. Go away. Go. I put the tinfoil there for you to not chew the cords, not so you can lick and chew on it. Just a second. Come on. Get away from what you're chewing. Go on. Switch. I love the vampire lore because it's so versatile. And there are some vampires that aren't technically dead and some that are and aren't and whatnot. And so the vampires in my book are unique to this book. Part of the reason why the universe of this book is building up so much in my mind is just the lore behind how these vampires were created and what they can do in their relationships and their society. Because that's the one thing in my brain is like, if you were like a vampire and there was a society of vampires and you didn't have to participate in this human world, would you really want to? That's just me. It's my autistic brain going off of examining humanity from the outside. Rich P1K, Flow Snake, I've only heard the name from Dima Mama, and Alexander, never even seen a pic. Yeah, yeah, Owen Jones, so he was on the Majority Report not too long ago. And I forget what it was that really got me. I think it might have been when I saw him with Mehdi Hassan that he started to pick up on my radar. Because they do a show together. But yeah, he looks very young. And that's a thing. It's a thing. But he's about to turn 41 apparently. Flow Snake JK, it's the Wednesday, Tuesday thing. People like Lefty and Owen can disagree respectfully, but some people can't, unfortunately. See my previous comment. Looney Tunes 9000, the hotel I'm staying at is near CBC headquarters as well as CTV's headquarters. Oh, you just gave your assassination coordinates. I know exactly where you are right now. You'd be close to City TV. Rich P1K, I never thought about it, but true, Sandy. Talking about the vampire world? No, I love the vampire genre and lore because they're all different. Because even if you go back to, Bram Stoker's Dracula, he could go out in the sunlight. But then the Nosferatu, I feel like it's a remake of Bram Stoker's Dracula. There's enough similarities that it's heavily inspired by it, if nothing else. Sunlight's a no-no. Twilight vampires sparkle in the sunlight. Some vampires, when they become vampires, their aging stops. Others, they become more healthy and beautiful looking. If you look at the Blade trilogy, there's some vampires that are born vampires. So yeah, it all depends on the lore. And so it leaves it. And the thing is that I like making vampires that aren't so magical, they're impossible to beat type thing. Like they would be like a lot of the vampires out there, I don't get how they're ever beaten because they're just so much more strong and magical and stuff. But I like ones that actually would have to live, like negotiate and work with humans, that humans are an actual threat to them, that there's enough of that you actually have to play with that dichotomy, that balance, that relationship, that there's an actual real relationship that has to go on between them. And I like playing it up, and just looking into the here are the parameters of the vampires and what they can do. Now, how would that really interact with humanity? Like, not some, oh, vampires are here, I instantly accept it. But how would that really look in the world? And I like doing that. But then also building up the lore and the history and stuff. And of course, it's very heavily influenced on how I would love to see the world, you know, where everyone is polyamorous and non-binary. Gee, I wonder where that came from. Oh. Etchbox, they are undead, right? Zombies are dead. Yeah, again, it depends on the lore. But generally speaking, zombies are always dead. And that's why they're zombies. But as Rich P1K is pointing out, Dance of the Dead has some very weird takes on zombies. Again, it's all very, it's in the mind of the author. And hopefully, if you read my book, it'll be in your mind too. The sequels and the prequels, I can't wait to get to them. JK, I think Owen is perceived to have stayed loyal to Starmer's Labour Party too long, but I'm not sure. I did watch the video of him saying he's no longer part of Labour. But that's not something I would really hold, like, if there are still people that are fans of Biden, then yes, I would still hold that against them. But, you know, like, I was cutting Mark Carney slack for a day. I wouldn't want people to hold that against me. So yeah, and there are scales and stuff, and it's like, if you stayed with a party too long because you were holding out hope, I don't hold that against people. Like, I don't hold it against people if they're still holding out hope for the NDP. But yeah, I don't. It's just I think they accuse Owen of piling on Jeremy Corbyn when Jeremy Corbyn was being accused of being an anti-Semite, even though Owen has receipts of him not doing that. It's, yeah. It's like, it's a fucking 9-year grudge these people are holding. It's just, really? Really? John Davis, Blade rules. I do love Blade. The music in it, too. I love the main song in the first Blade movie, the shower scene. Oh my god, I love that song. I love it so hard. It's on my playlist when I go out walking. Rich B1K, Nosferatu was a direct ripoff of Dracula, which is part of the reason it was destroyed and is so famous. It technically shouldn't have been made. I didn't see the problem with remaking Dracula or making a movie that's very, like, to me, I thought it was just, okay, they're remaking Dracula. Like, that's all I thought it was when I saw it, and I don't see any issues with that. If they can remake Superman 10,000 times, they can remake Dracula once. It's just, but I've read the book too. I should reread it. I like it. I like it. And I've seen Nosferatu, and I like it. But there was something about Bram Stoker's Dracula with Gary Oldman and stuff and Keanu Reeves that has a certain, it has a certain vibe to it. That when I saw it when I was a teenager, it's like, ooh, you know, it hit my vampire love affair. Flow Snake Bad Empanada might be a distraction, although he did do a video called Owen Jones as a Zionist. Don't fall for the rebranding a few months back which stinks of grift if you know Owen. Yeah, I would not. I shouldn't say it that way. I would not, I would not peg Owen as a Zionist. Just given all the videos and stuff that I've seen and the hate that he's received for doing all of these, he doesn't hold back when it comes out to his condemnation of what is happening in Gaza and stuff. And some of the, like, I don't know how he maintains his sanity going into detail the stories that he goes to on a regular basis. It must be wrecking his mind. I'll have to check out that movie too. Which was it? Rich P1K, you were saying the zombie movie? I like zombie movies. Dance of the Dead. I'll have to check that out. It's like some C-list zombie film about a bunch of high school students trying to have a prom on the eve of a zombie breakout. It's so bad it's good. Oh, one of those. Flow Snake, I like the idea of vampires defending themselves against the oppressors, although I am a sympathy for the devil kinda. Well, the thing is that I don't necessarily like, especially because the vampires in my book, they're not made from the devil or anything of that sort. They're not sin incarnate. But they do have to feed on humans. That's just part of their nature. They have to. And so I don't see them as being evil compared to what humans do to each other. And I have another vampire story in my head that was well before this book came out that I still want to get around to writing, which, you know, you would see the similarities because I borrowed a lot from it to put into this book. But the first book is more of like a play, a stage play, script where it's a guy wakes up in a cabin, his friends are dead, and he realizes he's sitting in a cabin with a vampire. And I like to do, again, that in-depth, try and analyze what would the conversation actually be? How would it actually look? Because it would never be this instant acceptance. And so how would that conversation actually go? And part of what the vampire says is like, how can you call us evil when, you know, we see what you humans do to each other type thing. And part of the society in this book is they see themselves as more humane than humans because they don't torture their food and stuff. They have to eat, but the fact that they have to eat humans isn't what makes them evil. It's the choices that humans make to inflict the harm and sadism on each other is what makes humans evil. Rich P1K, Sandy, I'm not saying I have an issue. I'm saying copyright played a big role in the story behind it. Oh, were they actually copywriting? Like, I don't know. Flow Snake, oh yes, that nonsense as well as whatever occurred between Owen Jones and Jeremy Corbyn was sort of years back. Yeah, I watched the interview that the two of them had recently. I've never seen a bad empanada video. Insane, I never have. Hi. Sneaking up on me, are you? Hey, sweetie. You want to look up at the camera, Lanier? You want to look up at the camera? No. Oh. But darn it, I've been like chatting and saying nothing for an hour now that I'm done on the news. How is this even interesting to people? It's like I'm having a conversation in slow motion because of the delay on the SandBox. Talking about people I don't even know. Because for all I know, Owen Jones is a secret Zionist. No, he doesn't strike me as that. That's for damn sure. Given that he's pretty much put his neck on the line for sticking up for Palestinians. But also before that, it was just his advocacy for queer folks and talking about that issue, and trans folks and talking about trans folks in the UK doesn't exactly help with your popularity. You know, if you're speaking in support of trans folks in the UK. And from his older videos, that's what I'm seeing. And so it's a long-standing pattern of him being on the right side of issues. Uh, get your claws out of me, kitty cat. But yeah, I should probably be wrapping things up. I'm just in a chatty mood, I guess. And Lanier is looking at me like, I need more pets. It's getting to the time of night he turns into a fucking little monster. Like, it's actually quite annoying because he knows dinner time is coming up. And so he'll get very aggressive, and he might even nip at me at times and swat at me because he wants the wet food. And it's quite annoying the way that he gets. And then he'll get like right up in my face and start licking my face and stuff. And I'll try pushing him away, but then he'll get more aggressive. And I'm like, I don't know how to make him stop that behavior. Flow Snake, hermetologist. It's also that true that fake leftism annoys me more. A hit piece on Beau of the Fifth Column for being an ex-con. If you don't believe in rehab, you ain't left. Yeah, I point that out when people say, oh, but what about Beau of the Fifth Column who did blank way back? And it's like, do you believe in restorative justice? I'm glad a lot of the stuff that I did that was wrong back in the day was never put online that way. But you have to look at what people did since. Has there been growth? Has there been restitution? What message have they been sending? Have they used, the lessons they learned to try to teach other people to make sure they don't do those same things? Like there's so much more into it. And I do find that there's an imbalance of who gets seen as being good now versus those who, oh, well, they did this horrible thing way back when, so we still can't forgive them. And what it comes down to a lot of the time is personality. The person, you either like them or you don't. And if you don't like them, then you always go back to this thing that they did once upon a time, despite the fact there might be evidence to the contrary, suggesting that they have, changed, like really changed, versus a person who did something horrible way back when. But you still, oh, well, they've overcome it. They've done this and that and the other thing, even though when you look at it, no, they haven't. So, yeah. I might be subtweeting Channel 4. Or is it Channel 5? That guy. All the people that says, oh, well, he took a year off and he did an apology video. That apology video was woe is me for 6 minutes. And what did he do in that year? Like, what is his message? I don't see the change. It's just put it that way. So I would never feature him on my channel again. Because I don't see that change. I don't see any significant accountability being taken. But like with Beau of the Fifth Column, I don't know much about his past when it comes to that. And I'm judging him on what I've seen him do and the content he's put out and the help he's given other people with his messages and stuff like that. And oh. But I haven't seen him on in a while. I think it was taking a break and his wife was taking over. Rich P1K, the toxic gossip train. Some people more than others. I would just hope that if I did something monumentally wrong, that people could forgive me. Instead of holding it over my head for whatever argument's sake. They feel like they can't win an argument based on merit, so they bring up this thing from the past. Like, believe it or not, that's why I don't like when people say, well, Cenk used to be a Republican. And I get that a lot of the things he does right now is Republican-esque. But I wouldn't say he is. Like, he's not Republican, he's not progressive. It's take it from an NB, it's not a binary. And so he can be good on issues and bad on others. But the idea of like, oh, well, he used to be a Republican. So I would hope Republicans can change. But yeah. Anyway, I am pooped. I am tired because it has been over 5 hours since I've been doing this. It's after 11. I need to take my melatonin so I can sleep tonight. Eventually. And tomorrow I'm going to be working on my drawing of Owen Jones. And when I get it done, I'm going to need everyone's help. Flow Snake, yeah, Bella the Ranch is his wife, and I'm pretty sure he still is involved, but I think he was just taking a mental health break to step away from a lot of them from right now. But she was involved with his. I think he's involved with hers. But yeah, I should probably get going. And tomorrow I'm looking forward to just working on the drawing to get around the eyes done, because I think that will really be what hits it. But when I do get it done, I'm going to need everyone's help to make sure he actually sees it. Because I don't have any direct connections, and I don't know anyone that does. Because at least with Ole, I knew other people within the leftist sphere that are mutuals with her and could pass on the message. And the same with Emma. Well, I'm mutuals with Emma on Twitter, so but she's never once acknowledged any DM I've ever sent her. And Sam hasn't acknowledged a DM I've sent him in probably 2 years. So I wouldn't use them as a way to get to Owen. But I'll have to I'll have to make sure I get people's help to make sure he sees it. And I will be posting it in his videos, because he does say he reads the comments. But you can read the comments, but not read the comments, like you're glancing over them type thing. And then it's still asking a lot to say, okay, now go from the comment to this thing, because I can't link to it in the comments, or the comment will be screened out and marked as spam type thing. And so it's not just merely saying I did a drawing. I'm asking him to do something, as in go to my accounts and look. And so it'd be much easier if I could send a link, or if somebody else could. Go on. But yeah, I gotta go. And you pawn jumpers that are still in the sandbox, my God, it must be late for you. But I hope you enjoyed the show. Tomorrow I'm looking forward to just drawing. That's what I want to do. Just want to draw. So, and I can't wait to finally get that fucking TYT video done, so that I can focus on this book and the sequels and the prequels, and where I dream of all the time. Whenever I've made up words for it, I've dreamed of words for the book. But I figured out a couple terms that were bugging me, that I needed terms for these things, and I figured them out recently, so I'm super happy about that. But just seeing the evolution, and how when I go on my walks, and my walks are like an hour and a half, how I can focus on one scene of the book for the entire walk, playing it over in my head, working out the little details, figuring out, like, okay, so they get to this point, but then how did they get to that point? And so much. 4 a.m. GMT, wow. Rich P1, oh, he clearly wishes he was still small enough to fit on your shoulders. He's still a small kitty. Aw, Flow Snake, it's late, but you're worth it, Sandy. Yeah, much appreciated. And have a good night too, BKK. Thank you to everyone. You know, all of you that have stuck around this long know all the routines, and so I appreciate all of you for being here. I appreciate the moderators, the subscribers, the people who have become members in any way whatsoever, people who like and share and just help me so I'm not talking into a void when I'm doing these things, because that would not bode well for my mental health if I was getting no reaction from people in the sandbox. And yes, to the Wild West and Rich PK1 and Flow Snake and John Davis and Looney Tunes and Soul Life and Marty and Hermeteorologist and John Davis. Did I say? I think I. Yeah, I'm going to start repeating names. JK, all of you. You're all brilliant. Love you all. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, and wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.